Hello.
Hi, Zul. Yeah, good, good. How are you?
Since when I added all the images are in different folders, so I will arrange it later and send to you later. Yeah, but I already upload the PDF. I will upload package later.
Do you have a dog, Zul? Ah, okay. I thought you have a dog. I saw something like white fluffy thing, the screen. Ah, yeah, I never know that you're a pet person, though. Yeah. But you like him, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you guys can still like go outside like normal now. Um, um, yes, I'm about to ask you that. Is in the area the inside arc, is the term going to open like normal academic term? Mm. Mm. Oh, this is the first time I saw like nearly everyone turn on the video. Yeah. They're in the same room, right? Would be great if we have a beer. Yeah.
Too early.
It's too soon.
Yeah, you can have alcohol at any time, right? So
Oh, actually, just tea. Maybe later gonna have a whiskey after the presentation.
Oh, he's cute.
He's huge. It's great, yes. No.
Hello. Hi, how are you? We all set? We all set? We all ready? Great. Perfect. Fantastic. Oh, yeah, I believe so. I can't wait for that. Great. Sure. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, so Hada is in and Junjie, he is coming. Who else are we waiting for? Okay. I will need to okay. I will need to. So are they aware of that we are starting? Okay, good. I will need to be away for a while in the middle for another meeting, but you guys carry on, and I will stay. I will come back, join, and yeah, after another meeting. Yeah, happy with the results, Sumin. Right. Okay. Yeah, you did well. You did a good job. To everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Somin. Yeah, I'm really excited about. I just checked in with Nick. He's also going to join in the next. 6 minutes.
Hi, Sumin. How are you? Very good, very good. Yeah, it's about 7 o'clock. But it's okay.
She's in. I think Hannah, she must just pop out. She will be back in every second. So, yeah. Yeah, let's start. Let's start rock and roll.
Just a second. I am. Hey, just share my screen. So essentially, Nick and me, both of us combined day one and day two to create a common kind of framework. We came in, we were looking at how we can plug in into the larger agenda of the workshop, which looks at infrastructural networks. And so our focus was looking at the future of the city, looking at what scenarios can come in. And Nick, do you want to maybe jump in and talk about the methodology a little?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Yes, so basically, our section was sort of focusing on the idea of urban future as the envelope of the entire student projects, and then student was sort of exploring this computational design principle to generate ideas, raise questions, and thinking rather than just a solution to create the final design. So we were sort of like trying to interplay these line between like a control and non-control during the process. So student was sort of exploring also this idea of system design approach rather than an object design, as well as the complexity as a concept to address diversity and quality rather than like a quantity and repetition. So we were looking at the method called shape grammar to basically try to develop a sort of a visionary urban system that student can deploy based on their kind of a future city scenario using like a different kind of way to do this combination of permutation and combination system and allow these kind of feedback between the machine and students to collaborate with each other. So that is pretty much the way how we kind of take students through. So in terms of the process, how they basically develop their project, they start with basically a series of urban intervention models and trying to look at and redefine the relationship between them. I will let them speak more later, and then try to kind of plug in their scenario to see how that can be deployed and rethink about the current urban infrastructure.
So essentially, on day one, each the students were divided into groups. Each group identified a site within Shenzhen. We brainstormed a little around how they can use this future city toolkit to look at the scenarios that can be introduced within Shenzhen within a horizon span of say 2030. Looking at emerging technologies and looking at infrastructural possibilities. And essentially, each group, their site of intervention was the void that exists in the city. So we were kind of looking at open space and some sort of urban intervention that plugs into the open space. In the second half of the day, on day one, they jumped into software tutorials. We introduced a script to them, which was looking at how these units can be structured. And day two essentially was focused on sort of developing their projects further using the computational framework that has been introduced to them.
Yeah, I guess that is pretty much about our session.
Run through some work that emerged out of these 2 days. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so my day, surprisingly, my workshop and Ping and Akshay can can get along really well. So my workshop built on top of Ping and Akshay. So I will share my screen. Okay, so the workshop, what Ping is the aggregation, and actually is the aggregation with WAPs. So in my day, I'm started with the, at first it will be the about the, is a lecture about the digital prefabrication, kind of like the aggregate things. Because of this factor of rapid development and but now looking of the repetition in the city, and then with the possibility of mass customization of this, what it's going to be right now, and the possibility of robotic fabrication, and also the high price of robotic fabrication. This can do anything, and this can also produce mass customization, but it's also very expensive. So only a handful of people can afford that. So with this in mind, and with computational method and logic, we can create something that like interesting and complex out of that. So I will skip this slide. So and then okay, so today but in my day normally it's about the field aggregation. So it's aggregation based on certain conditions and attractors. So it can be the topology or another thing like road on the side, or sun, or structures, or anything that can create the different value of nodes inside the certain field condition. Okay, so this is aggregation logic that they will try to do. This is similar to what Bing and Akshay teach in the first 2 days. And okay, this is the field thing. This it can be anything that if it like more value, it will be attached to the unit in the area that has got more value. So this is the result of one of the group that they started their typologies developed with Bing and Akshay, and then they use that to create their own field condition based on certain thing. In this team, they use the topology optimization to create structural intricacies, and then they start to stack the unit up. And yeah, they also have the sun part to add another layer of value into the field, and later on they will map it. And yeah, this is the result of one of the teams. And my workshop and Taeyun linked somehow. So we are interested in that man and machine co-authorship of the design. So we create the logic of aggregations, and then all the variables of the aggregation will be changed based on the genetic algorithm that Taeyun will teach on the next day. And also when we got those little things, it will be the user as an active participant, similar to this project by Zahadi, right? That I will just stop the video there. So that you can choose later on in the voxel aggregation, like where you want to use, where you want to occupy, and also what condition you're going to occupy. Yeah, so that will be my day. And surprisingly, it's linked with Bing and Akshay seamlessly, and that's really good. I'm really happy that all of the workshop can link. Okay, so that's my day. Yes.
You are muted, Tim.
Sorry, can you hear me okay? Is my screen being shared? All right. So yes, like Nod said, I tried to focus on the co-authorship between the system and the architect. So basically, sorry, let me minimize that for a second. After the students have been focusing on developing their own projects, I wanted to basically focus on the first part. I focus on the data tree part, so that they would be able to fix their own issues, because I saw that that was where a lot of issues were coming up, and I I was teaching Ladybug so that the participants would be able to analyze their results using solenoid path or using other types of environmental components from Ladybug. And then we started diving into the generative algorithm, where a lot of generative methods using WALL-E X as an example. We were exploring how hundreds to thousands of options can be generated and then explored and analyzed. After the lecture, we dived into developing this and adopting a tractor logic and adopting Ladybug into the generative algorithm in order to build the parameters and the goals that we want. And of course, after that, we went into some of the twin motion aspects so that they can create some visually compelling aspects. This is basically one of the studies of that we've been doing, where thousands of options can be generated and analyzed. This part of data tree was covered extensively. And using Ladybug, we were trying to show basically how the solar path and the climate analysis can be done. And after giving out the Shenzhen site model, we just quickly going over, we went into the generative algorithm part where they could construct their own generative algorithm to conduct in the master plan that they have devised, and further adopting this for optimizing or even generating their own version of the project. And to accompany that, some further analysis which comes along with the WALL-E X component so that they can explore the dimensions of their solutions, the solutions that have been generated, see where they are placed in comparison to each other, and be able to cluster them and so on, and find the optimal solution that they're looking for. And for my specific part, I focus on Barcelona just to show them how block typologies can be developed. This was one of the examples that block typology that I was showing them. And we also looked into twin motion so we could get some quick visuals. And that was my part.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, like my workshop was about the introduction of gamification using Unity. So yeah, and yeah, so in the architecture aspect, because the production methods has improved a lot in other fields. Yeah, just not like using the computer, also kind of simulations as well. So yeah, about the gamification in architecture is also becoming like significant. It's from the only simple two-dimensional games and the Sims, which is famous game as well, like increase the building parts. And then also, as you can see here, like this is construction simulation, which is look like very game interface. And yeah, of course, yeah, famous Minecraft, yeah, which can build any type of the architecture. So I was inspiring from this kind of gamification in architecture field. And yeah, not only about the game on the computer screen and then AR and then VR also could provide some game-like user interface. So yeah, anyone can enjoy. And then so yeah, I was inspired by this gamification and like these user experience systems in the architecture aspect. So yeah, I wanted to research about those kind of things in this workshop by using Unity and Visual Studio, which is most common software for the gamification, I guess. So yeah, during the workshop, my aim was actually the testing some crowd simulation in the students' project, or sort of like this kind of navigation systems, or yeah, if it could possible, like just creating a game interface within the Unity. But so on the day of the workshop, yeah, which is yesterday actually, and this is what I actually covered, scheming Unity from basic skill in order to create some gamification of the project. So yeah, I used the Rhino file from Taeyun's lecture, Taeyun's day, and yeah, I brought it to into the Unity, and so yeah, started from like Minecraft like functions, and so and yeah, also some interaction with the object, which is like very basic of the Unity. I started from this one, and then use a basic AI for crowd simulations. And in the end, I built some simple UI, like some waypoint systems within the like game look like things. And yeah, but yeah, unfortunately, AR and VR couldn't be covered. And I know that the one day might be quite short because it was done yesterday. So one day is quite short to students to expand the idea from what I instructed. Yeah, and then sadly, I just checked the older students' presentation, and none of them use the any of the Unity part. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it. That was my day, and yeah, it's true. And then also, unfortunately, Taeyun and I just figured it out, like, from, because in the end of the Taeyun's day, he covered Twinmotion, and then we found that it's very difficult to bring import Twinmotion file to Unity. Yeah. Mm.
Hi, can you hear me? Can I share my screen here? Yeah. Okay, and Yuanmeng, do you want to start first? I'm gonna crack on.
Yes, I can say something.
Yeah. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I will do a simple introduce of our group. So during the exploration of Shenzhen, we decided to choose Qingshuihe area as our growth site. Qingshuihe area is a part of Luohu area, and this area's permanent resident population was indicated that there was 0.1 million people in this area. In the deep exploration, we found that the warehouse in Qingshuihe area has the most floating population. Because this area was divided into 4 zones, and each zone was managed by a group company overall, each zone can provide jobs for people. At this reason, we decided to find the problems and opportunities of such of this big area. We found that there are no public space for these employees to have a rest. In addition, this warehouse area was divided clearly by 4 parts, and there is not any connection between each group. At this reason, we were trying to put forward an appropriate proposal which can provide a public connected space for workers, which is based on the original buildings in this area. And this is what our program wants to say first.
And
so
we first, yeah, you can, yeah. Hi, can you hear me? Do I need to continue, or you can say something more?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can do some. Yes.
I need to present the first part at the beginning. It's supposed to be the part I present.
Okay, and I can stop sharing, and you can show your slides. Yeah.
Do you see my screen? So actually, we are looking at Luohu district in Shenzhen, particularly Kopo village. The site is 37 years old and well connected to urban transport networks. The site has low density compared to other areas, major infrastructural corridors running through and adjacent to the site, including an 8-lane highway, large areas of disused railway yards along the southeast side, and major roads on the southeastern boundary. The site mainly consists warehouse area, urban villages, and gated residential area. We are looking specifically at public spaces and their distribution along the site, and comparing the urban village with the warehouse area in terms of public spaces. So basically, this is the urban village, and this is the warehouse area. So the overall main function of the area is a logistic hub, and the 2 types in urban village are corridors, and that connects residential area buildings, and the small social triangles, and these types are used for a limited number of functions. In comparison to the large open spaces in the warehouse area are dominated by car parking, limiting their use as public scale and spaces. So after that, we looked at the local public spaces by type. Although the small social triangles are few, but they are used for a variety of functions and pedestrians flow. So basically, we have informal markets in the urban village, and we have formal supermarkets. And in the warehouse area, you can see it's monofunctional and only have the wholesale trading. So basically, these small social triangles, they are few, but they are used for a variety of functions and pedestrian flows. The urban village have the characteristic of urban vitality. Streets in urban village act as social and movement space. So we looked at the public spaces network within the site. And there are a number of characteristic typologies and specific buildings that give the site an important identity, such as the water tower, the warehouse transitional and circulation spaces, which become our main points of inquiry. So we started looking at these types and recombining them based on different parameters, such as their direction and relationship with other parts. We started aggregating the water tower and this circulation structure, and also part of the facade of one of the warehouses. And we concluded with 3 main prototypes. So we started to explore the potential and possibilities coming from these parts, first by considering human scale unit that can connect with different parts, expanding from individual unit to larger social unit that responds to the needs of larger actors, exploring parts as the variables and how they can change the outcome of the equation of public space. While creating these units, we also considered climatic aspects, such as how these units can be creating shading system by rotation and interconnection with each other. So we have developed 8 different prototypes, and this is one of the 3 finalists. We wanted to select a site that has very strong potential in terms of accessibility and mobility from local, urban, and regional scale. And we found this area is very interesting to start with, since it has empty warehouse buildings with a good quality and condition. And also the site has a direct connection to the urban village, leading to the metro station. So regarding the deployment of the project, we created the vertical shared space as an urban infill resting between 2 blocks. The shared space can be utilized in many different functions, such as temporary markets, social gathering, and leisure. So my partners will proceed with phase 2 of the development.
I think I can crack on to show the integration of the model, and this is what we found the 4 interesting elements in this area. Hi, can you hear me? I don't know. Yeah.
Yes, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Yeah. I just for sure. And these 4 elements is in this area, and we consider this to combine these 4 parts in order to have a design space, and we try to use the ladder and the water tower as the connection between the each floors. And as you can see, there are some model, and for these 4 interesting elements among the 10 options we chose, as you can see in these 4 images. The first one is a traditional fence in China, as you can see here, and which has been used to isolate each different zone or each housing estate. In this proposal, we're trying to make this kind of fence as another kind of function, not just to isolate each different area. The second one is a water tower. An interesting thing is that in this warehouse area, there was an explosion caused by accident in 1993, and after that, in this area, you can find this kind of water tower in each 50 meters range. We decided to use these elements may also considered about the historical factor, and you can see the facade of this warehouse, which were constructed by pipes, and I think it is also a symbol of this area, as also the ladder which was built by the external buildings. We use the grasshopper in order to try to combine these 4 parts in order to have a design space. We try to use the ladder and the water tower as the connection between each floors, and as you can see, these are some effect of the combination. We consider this prototype as an iteration for the final prototype. And this is the section of the iteration and some detailed picture. Yeah. And we consider consider this prototype as an iteration, and for the final prototype, we have changed the shape of the floor, which was constructed by pipes. We change it to another kind of shape and then use another grasshopper method to make this public space has a trapezoid shape. In this urban deployment, we can see this public space was constructed between two warehouse buildings. We are aiming to make the public construction as a connection. Bridge and communication area for these two buildings employees. And as you can see, these are some effect images. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think for the first one, the prototype one is for the first thing, and then we explore the first prototype and combine more parts into this public space. As you can see, for this one is the second one. So I think the prototype one is the starter of our proposal. Yeah, and I think they are all in the same system.
Well, maybe I can start. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And I apologize upfront. It's very early here in London for me, so I'm kind of still waking up. Especially now given the kind of density of the workshop and how dense was the content, tutorials, and everything with the lectures, I think it's a great production for such a short workshop. I have to say it was a bit difficult to follow parts of the presentation with the back and forth between two different PDFs. So I hope that I kind of got the gist of the project. I think that the images that you show are quite visually appealing, some of these larger aggregations, and I really appreciate them. I would wonder, for example, something that you could think about in the future is how to get a bit more control over the process. At certain moments, it does look a bit hectic and kind of with a lack of control. Obviously, that's something that you would like to introduce, and let's see what are the actual parameters that are guiding your aggregations. Maybe that could also be explained a bit better, especially in this urban context. So is it driven by program? Is it driven by circulation? Is it driven by any, let's say, context data, especially since you had workshop with that as well. So I think explanation on that would be a bit more helpful, or just in general for you guys when you're developing your projects in the future.
Okay. Thank you. I think during the developing process, we are like of thinking about how can we use for the function of this building. Maybe I think maybe from the starter we can reconsider about it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can mention something as well, I would say the geometries do fascinate me. It is quite interesting. Like Igor has kindly pointed out, I do think a stronger logic and maybe more of a build-up would have made your project even stronger. Of course, given the short time and all the things that were taught and being thrown at you in a very short, intense period, I think you guys have tried very hard, and this is really nice. yeah, it does make me very curious how certain spaces are being used in this accumulation. So maybe I mean, I do appreciate the aesthetics or the spatiality that's coming out of this result, but yeah, maybe that could have been considered in a way where this could have been more refined. Well, yeah, or maybe this was intended this way. I'm not sure. Maybe that's something that you could explain further.
Yeah, I think for the logistic way, we need to have maybe another logic method to construct this area, and maybe I think in this project we are just consider about the aesthetic. So maybe for the next time we can do more things about the logistic thinking. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would just add and pick up on that especially looking at this image, maybe kind of a bit more thought about the elements themselves, because let's say these red ones already look as if they have certain suggestion of space, so they carry a certain scale of space, right? Whereas these let's say these kind of mesh boxes are, I assume, kind of constructing walls, floor, ceiling. And I see a big disconnection in the scale between these two and the types of spaces that they create. So perhaps a bit of a dialogue between different elements in the system, so it doesn't really become, let's say, a collage of elements, but rather a system that talks together.
I would add on this thing that Igor just talked about, right? Because if you have some slides showing us like how these relationships of each of your initial unit of these three things, right, and how these when in combination with each other can provide what function, let's say, or what meaningful in a way to the meaningful way in a way of an urban context around it or something like that, so that we know more. Like when Igor mentioned about scale, it's really interesting because your initial unit is different scales, right? For example, for those connection in the square things, right, the huge square of your, right, you can define it, the top side, for example, you can define it into like 10 or 9, and then the water tower can stack, like it doesn't have to be on the center, right? It can be on the edge and something like that. It can define a small cluster of aggregation of itself to be what, and then later on that thing will be meaningful in certain location of the aggregation. Otherwise, it just be something that chaotic, but it's look cool. But above all, from all your work and hard work, I think it's really impressive for the really short amount of time and like 10 hours tutorials, and then you have to do the work afterward. It's really, really good amount of work from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll quickly jump in and follow on what others have just said. I firstly want to congrats the team to have successfully sort of culminated this very, very intense workshop, and so much for all of you to digest, etc. I love some of these images. They've got this very Escher-like quality to them in terms of the pure aesthetics. I think there's definitely, now going further, can you go to your section, the couple of slides back? Can you move your presentation to the place where you have...
Can you go to your section?
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that. I think there has some delay. Sorry.
Oh, no
yeah,
problem.
I think this is the section.
One or the other one, the one between the buildings.
This one, or do you mean the section has
maybe
the building?
Next page.
I can go to the overview, and then maybe then it's gonna. This one.
Yeah, there's I think a sectional view for something like this. You've got a sectional view.
Okay, I'm gonna have a
yeah, this one.
This one? Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, definitely, I think going further, you need to, as a collective group, I think, work on this project so that it can fit in nicely into your portfolio. And for that, one, I think you'll require a little bit of control over the kind of operations that you're doing and the way that you've done your geometrical operations. So definitely some sort of rational connect between the early exercise around the site and the prototypes and the unit prototypes, and how what the logical sequence and what is your catalog of connections. Those kind of details can be added, and that gives a rational explanation for the final outcome. But I think there's some very interesting movements also happening in your section here, talking about how um, these um, these agglomerations can fill into lost spaces in the city. I there there's that movement here, I think, that you should also tease out further. This workshop does not stop here. I urge all of you to sort of continue this project and work a little more, and develop
Yeah.
the inputs that you have here. Also, I think there's some interesting observations by all the tutors, and that gives you a lead onto what kind of content you should put up in your presentations. I mean, there's this idea of curation, like probably have uh, images that are visually appealing but might look architecturally messy right in the front as a cover image or something, but don't sort of culminate with them. People get more ideas about issues in your design if you have those kind of images up. So some try and curate your presentations better the next time around.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I also quickly just jump in. I think I also find some like disconnection between the first part that you guys present, because I find the systematic approach was really rigorous, and then you sort of articulate the different parts in relation, not just the scale, also the function. So in the previous presentation, it shows, for instance, those like water tower. The way they change the scale suddenly become kind of a shelter, and then become like sort of elements of the vertical elements, which can be sort of support in the whole large aggregation model. I find that is quite interesting. However, when you come to this model, you can almost identify how you populate everything, right? So all the systems suddenly become the same function, and then it's just sort of the how you sort of interplay these kind of three-dimensionality between one cluster and another. You almost lose the thing that we discussed about the diversity. Even it looks really diverse. And then I also find that the image you show, another image, probably the one with the yellow section, is much
Yeah, I
more
can.
appealing, and I can almost start imagining the space, how that really transformed. Not this one.
This
Yeah,
one.
those those images, and maybe another one. Not with any like rendering texture. Not this one. Probably okay. Maybe yeah. Maybe we talked about this one, and I find that the spaces are much more interesting than looking at the model, because you almost can start understanding the relationship between the space in between and the existing buildings. Although I think the reason your aggregation model is a little bit messy and hard to be understood, because we almost cannot identify the context apart from just putting the whole aggregation model on top of it. Because I guess during the process we were sort of exploring different relationship between the model itself and the context, right? That is how this combination and the permutation happens, so that you can almost start identify the same building system with different combination, right? So I guess probably like what Akshat mentioned, the next step that you guys can sort of maybe push the project further is to really articulate those different like spaces and relationships you create, linking to the very first idea that you talk about, this urban future, how this kind of idea or system can be deployed into the context of Shenzhen, and then what could be the future of that. And I mean, you guys have a kind of a really good collage to begin with, to let us imagining how that will be, how that will really transform the urban spaces. So I think that is kind of interesting, but somehow just you probably kind of get too excited about deploying the whole things into the urban context and trying to kind of because I almost lose this the layer of your system. Suddenly you introduce these kind of angle boxes, which we didn't really see from the first presentation. So I mean, that is kind of interesting. If you introduce that as a kind of additional layer based on that system you employ, because you might find out that actually some public space requires some like a shattering sort of or intermediate space in between. That's why you introduce those as a kind of element to mediate the quality of different spaces. That become quite exciting. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
We
thank
need
you.
to move on. Yeah, but thank you. It's
Thank you.
beautiful. Yeah. And
Okay, thank
for
you.
all the rest of the groups, please keep your presentations within 10 minutes, or can be even shorter. Just move on faster so we can have more comments from the tutors and from the quiz. But really well done. Thank you. Can we have group 2?
I think you are muted, Yusum.
Our other teammate is going to present this, U2.
Oh, yeah. So our project is called Weaving the Torn Urban Fabric Lohu District, which is a acoustic absorbing infrastructure for the city dweller. So we picked, how do I go to the next page on there? Q, do you mind going? Yeah, thank you.
You press only one time. It is delaying.
Oh, sorry, okay. So we picked Luohu, which is a economic zone. And then, sorry, it's not showing.
Maybe I'm returning the page.
Okay, cool, thank you. Next one. Sorry. Not in the next one. Yeah, so we did some geographical and environmental research in a district scale, city scale, and national scale. Basically, and next one, please. So basically, generally, we gathered that this district is quite this district. Can you go to the next one, please? This district is very flexible and is human interactions, including commercials and also natural views. And the user groups are divided in population mix and age and education. And can you go to the next one, please? And the circulation we found out in this district is a relatively busy district. And what is noticeable in this area is that Shennan Road cuts across the entire district and therefore result in a division between city. And then next one, please. And then we did a collage which represent the current concerns that we found out in this site, which are lack of pedestrian access noise from traffic, and lack of resting spaces for the public. Can you go to the next one, please? The material one. This is the collage that we did. And so for material, so one of the key issues that we're dealing with is population and pollution. And also to incorporate sustainable materials in our design, we used bamboo, ferric, and 3D printed paper pulp. Well, we proposed these three kinds of materials. And bamboo is like one of the ideal alternative because it's very easily sourced in Shenzhen and has renewability. Ferric is very environmentally friendly because it absorbs carbon dioxide, and 3D printed paper pulp is also a very good sound absorber and is biodegradable as well. And honey neutral.
Hi. So we have designed three types of components. Component A, a vertical element. Component B, a horizontal element. And component C, a volumetric element. So the vertical element is used for upholding the structure of the infrastructure. And the horizontal element is used as a connection module, and the volumetric element becomes an enclosure. These sets of components are then individually aggregated into clusters. Component A's are grouped into structural columns, cluster A. Component B's become bridges, so into cluster B. And component C's are formed into larger volumes of cluster C. Each cluster has three variations that is generated according to the main problems that we wanted to tackle in our design. Cluster A of bamboo is purely for structural purposes. Cluster B is arranged of components that has an organic lattice wrapping over a walkway of ferric. One half of the cluster is used for pedestrian circulation, and the other half is for resting spaces. Then moving on to cluster C, which is made up of components that are gyro structures fabricated from paper pulp. And as it is a large surface area, it would help with the noise absorption. The first variation of this cluster, it has a majority of component, C1, intended for pedestrian passageways as they are much more porous. The second variation uses mostly of components C2 as resting spaces for varying privacy. And then cluster 3 is mainly of component 3. And as it is much denser with more material, it is intended to be used as sound absorbers to control the noise pollution from the road. From this series of clusters, we have then formed an aggregation script to form our urban cluster, where we chose to connect certain lateral sides of cluster C to the front and rear sides of cluster B. The first variation here is randomly distributed, whereas the other three here have sets of grammars and logic implemented into the script. The first one is with more of cluster C. The second one is with more of cluster B. And by illustrating the logic of these aggregations onto a graph, and also visually comparing the results, we were able to see which type of connections we use most, narrowing down to the aggregation we finally used, which is a balance of both cluster C and B.
Our strategy is to make a new layer on the city. Therefore, we need to consider the existing city and dwellers. Especially for the radiation, we wanted to minimize sunlight interruption. of the existing city. So we used Velocity and Ladybug to calculate how much existing building can get radiations according to the shape of our model. For this, we generated every connection of the pathway, these lines, then made machines to calculate the amount of radiations. This is the result of calculation from Velocity. In addition, we also wanted to maximize the number of aggregations while maximizing the radiation analysis. According to the graph on the right bottom side, if the point is near to the zero, that iteration satisfies our conditions. Luckily, we got the shape which can satisfy two conditions. This is the final shape, which is optimized by the existing city. The main attractor of the aggregation is the main street, this street, which has heavy traffic generally. Therefore, by installing these aggregations on the traffic, the effectiveness of the sound control can be maximized. And it is seen that the new layer of pathway is generated. Okay. This is a straight view of our model. And this is section perspective view. Largely, our model is divided into 3 layers. The top layer is mainly consists with pedestrian passageways. And the second layer, clusters play the role of resting and dwelling places for workers and citizens. These aggregations are mainly attached with buildings, then connected with passageways. And the bottom area takes charge of observing noise pollution from the street. Okay. This is elevation view. It is in that the height of the model follows the height of the city, like this. This is the end of our presentation, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will start then. Okay, so I think it's I'm really impressed with what you guys put up in the slide. It's very clear and rational when you explain about the logic of your aggregation, and also the geometry is that you select is reflect to the goal that you set. And I think it would be really interesting if in your velocity things, right, in the GA things, not only the light, it should have some something related to the sound and to the view and something like that, so that it will be added more to the quality of the amenity space that you said is lacking in the space, right? And now it's absorbed the sound, and it doesn't have to be this porous geometry in all of the area, right? In some area, maybe you need some clear space to get a nice view of the mountain or the park or something. So if you add different goals in the velocity with different weight of each goal, maybe you will get different aggregation that look totally different. Some, for example, if you add the wheel, and you add another geometry, for example, that have kind of like platform capabilities. So some area will be void, right? And some area will be a routes that walk around the city and look at the, let's say the magnet of the city, or the very interesting space inside the city. So those would be another goal that I think if you put it into what is already interesting logic of yours, it will be more interesting project and have more typologies to put it, and it would be really nice to be in your portfolio. But overall, it's really I really impressed with what you guys
did. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to add. Can you hear me? Yeah. Definitely an interesting presentation. I really enjoyed, and again, great work for such a short time. I'm just wondering, like, I really appreciate the thinking about the materiality. So where you're mentioning different materials for different types of components. One thing that I'm wondering though is, did you perhaps go a bit too much or too far with the minimal surface components? Do they always need to be volumes, or they could actually become more sort of a void or empty spaces with just thinner surfaces? of the material on the walls? Like, do you always have to occupy the full voxel, or you can actually play with different surfaces and sides of the voxel? So rather than becoming a kind of this endless maze, you still have a bit more control over the space that you are creating. And I think it would then kind of become also a bit more readable beyond, let's say, a really appealing graphic, which we see on the screen now. Yeah, so I mean that would be my main comment. Otherwise, I think it's kind of a very well-rounded presentation. Straight to the point, explains all the principles that you guys were thinking, and obviously, if you are taking this further and developing it for your portfolios, maybe a additional explanation of the analysis and the input parameters that you were mentioning from Ladybug and Wallace, and how they actually translate into these geometries, perhaps with a couple more diagrams, or a bit more extensive explanation. It would definitely help to understand. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I would like to follow on the point Igor just made. I think, again, congratulations for all the works that you guys developed, very rigorous. And then I can understand quite well about the system you try to deploy into the urban context. I want to kind of like talk a little bit about this idea of silent city, which is something that you guys are trying to create, right? I think it's quite exciting, but as Igor has pointed out, it's probably a little bit too much when you kind of consider all the like voxels, the same, especially when you deploy like them into this kind of much larger scale of the urban context. I'm kind of wondering like what kind of spaces will be, and what kind of activities will be happening when like you zoom into one of the space, and it's completely silent based on the system that you try to introduce to the city. How that really like a filtering the noise is that really based on the idea? So for instance, like they are markets in a certain area, that's why you have sort of high dense kind of minimal surface structure to kind of filtering out those noise. And then what would be the new activities introduced to that area based on this system? I think probably one thing that is a bit missing here is the people and activities. Really, at the moment we are still looking at the whole system from a kind of really far away view. But if you start zooming in, and then I think a lot of things can be further articulate, especially linking to the analysis part. You guys mentioned about this solar analysis, but I would recommend doing maybe acoustic analysis based on the context parameters. That could probably make the project even more interesting. Yeah, that's a comment from me.
If I can go next, I mean, I completely agree with the previous comments that have been made. Personally, and this is a very personal thing, but I would like to commend you, especially on the graphical uniform layout and all the presentation. This black and white aesthetics is doing really well for you guys. Yeah, and I also like the rigorous output and the attempt to basically put it in through a logical process, and you were self-analyzing over the process. I especially liked how you were putting the options into the table and showing a very clear comparison between how, for instance, option A or option B compares to option C, and etc., which I was very happy to see. Yes, this table was fantastic, doing very OMA, and kind of reminds me of FOA a little bit as well. So I mean, just the attempt alone, I would like to commend you for that. Of course, could be adjustments or improvements that could be made, but I think this is a great start. It was great to see this kind of analytical approach being extended further, where you also try to adopt Walacy and Ladybug in order to optimize or find the more correct solution out of the proposals or the options that you had, which I think is amazing. Of course, I mean, regarding materiality, I'll keep it short. Regarding materiality, paper pulp does beg a few questions inside my head. I've seen some research going on at Bartlett regarding paper pulp and how that comes into fruition. Maybe that was a bit of an inspiration for you guys. I would like to suggest that maybe when you suggest such experimental material, maybe some sort of deployment phase or how it would actually materialize in your outcome. If you think about that and try to insert that into it, maybe it will become even more convincing. And last of all, I would like to end with a bit of a question. I mean, I've been trying to read the slide, and it does make a bit of a logical sense, but I did wonder. Towards the end, you divided the overall space, let's say, into three categories or three giant chunks, which would be the public space and the circulation space. Yes, this one, and the I'm not sure about the acoustic absorption. Maybe you could explain further for us a little bit on the details of how this came to be.
Great.
Maybe before they explain, I would like to add a few more things. Like now, again, looking at some of the previous images, to me definitely seems like there's like what could be improved is basically the scale of the spaces as well, and is either there's a scaling between missing or there's kind of a larger urban scale missing for the volumes. Right? Because when I look at your, let's say, previous page, it's kind of cluster of these minimal surface voxels and couple of bridges, right? So it's very difficult to consider each of these very highly articulated voxels as usable space. So is that like a single story unit? Is it a 2, 3, 4 stories unit? Because obviously when you kind of split it with a lot of these minimals, exactly. So, you know, it's not very clear, and I'm not really sure it works completely, other than creating like enormous maze or like 5, 6 stories suddenly inside. So I think there's a bit of a disconnection there. So maybe you shouldn't be afraid to kind of have just also an overall shape or a guiding volume where the program happens, and then kind of assign material and density where it's needed according to whatever your analysis is connected to the surroundings. I just think that it's kind of too uniform across the board. Like if I look at your final slide and at the 3 small zoom-ins, if we can go to the final slide. Yeah, essentially the 3 circles on the left, the kind of, to be honest, they show the same thing, right? The only difference for me is the text, right? But I think you know what you're talking about. It's just kind of obviously the time and then where this could go in the future, right? So for me, there would be still a bit of differentiation between the elements and what is really what, and not kind of being afraid maybe to really express each of them a bit more. Yeah.
Great, thank you. If I may, just last comment. I appreciate also how you are like putting people inside in your like small sections. If you go back to your diagram, and trying to understand that geometry in relationship, how you are occupying it and inhabiting it. I think that's a great exercise. If you, can you go back to your diagram? Or anyways, but anyways, I think you actually apply this more too homogeneously, because everything is in that scale now in your urban scale, urban application. Yeah, not this one, but anyways, yeah, this one. So yeah, what I was saying is that yeah, although there are a little bit of differentiation in terms of the scale of the curvature, but still they're applied all in this voxel space, and like never really go beyond like maybe some curvatures across few voxels together. Like it doesn't only happen in just one voxels every like so intricate. That's why in the larger top view, it looks very homogeneous and very porous and thin. Yeah, but yeah, I can see that there are some differentiation you are trying, which can be a little bit more exaggerated. Great, but thank you very much. It's a great outcome out of this really short amount of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Group 3, please.
Yeah, I'm next. Hello, everybody. My name is Hanna, and I'm from Vienna, Austria.
Hello.
As most of you already know, my team focused on the oil painting village in Dafen, in the neighborhood of Buji in Shenzhen. And the journey started with my personal virtual experience through a series of YouTube videos exploring the village, the community, and its spatial and social qualities. Through the media of video collage, the art village, the people form one fluid, blurry, immersive entity, which for this workshop's final presentation, I will present to you not a finished project, but more the beginning of a study of an urban narrative. Different resolutions and views of the village evoke the wish to experience it in different scales from unfamiliar perspectives. In this scenario, the local community, which is creating artists' copies in a very efficient manner, will be incubated by a new invasive system in synergy with the art market, with the art village, growing exponentially on top, connecting and experiencing, opening to new technological markets. This is the site, the chosen urban block from the videos in Dafen, a view from the south, showing the most important connections, which are the entrances in south and north to the metro station and the entrance to the village. And at the corners. And the idea started to connect to the village, improving the infrastructure of the village, and in addition adding a market on top. Technological enhancements such as beacon technology, sensory detection, temperature control could open up new test fields for startups in a new metastructure of the art market connecting to the local art village. New technologies like high-tech manufacturing and 3D printing using shared infrastructure, sensory response, etc. could be applied. Here's the analysis of some of the problems and ideas in a Miro board from the work in progress. A first sketch or idea of structures for the markets. A view from the top. The geometry is imagined as a structure connecting components in different scales. Using gravity and constraints in Kangaroo, I modeled a shell that can be used in a three-dimensional combination as a surface, as a vertical shell, as an enclosed shell, as a capsule. So I started developing this series of geometry patterns and imagined them from micro to macro scale, creating units and systems, reacting to its environment, sun exposure, airflow, sound, and eventually augmented reality and people. That was at least the aim for this narrative. Further patterns. First aggregation started only vertically from TuneScript to simple urban blocks from the beginning of the Wallacey script to be further optimized and stretched according to the environment. And this was the final aggregation from the script from Knots. Starting to relate to the site. And here are some renderings to starting to understand the imagined market structure. Thank you. This is so far my final outcome. I think maybe for this presentation we could talk about how to further develop ideas of the project.
Thank you very much. Was it only you?
Yeah.
At the end? Oh, what happened? Okay. Things happen. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, to the group thing, it actually was from the very beginning that two of my colleagues said that one because of family issues, and the other, she said from day one that it's too much for her, and for Han, I'm not quite sure. But from day two, I was by myself.
Oh, since day two. Oh. I see.
Okay.
Great work by yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely great for putting together a presentation by yourself in such a short time. Yeah. Like I think, you know, like there was kind of a clear starting point for me in the project, and obviously there's potential to develop this after the workshop. Now, once you have the tools and have times, I don't see why you wouldn't just pick up and develop the project further for your portfolio. I find the idea of, let's say, the canopies quite interesting. I probably wouldn't really go this direction that we see in the final image, where they just kind of start getting aggregated in three-dimensional space, a bit out of scale and a bit difficult to relate to you know, the surrounding area that you were showing. But I think when it stays on the level of the canopies and the network of the canopies, it has a lot of potential. If that's kind of the premise of the project, right? Where you could do, can you go a bit back? A few more slides. Yeah, let's stay here, this or the next. I would definitely then explore a bit more combinations and different geometries of these membranes, right? So what they don't need to do is they don't need to always remain confined to one single voxel, so they could start spreading in different directions, and kind of overlapping with each other, twisting, weaving, all kinds of things. So yeah, that would be kind of my primary suggestion. If you can go to the next slide as well. Next.
What did you?
Yeah. This one. Yeah, the one with the urban block. Yeah. No. Sorry, there's probably a bit of a delay. Yeah, it's this one.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, this one.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think here it's just because you're, I think, selecting the midpoint of an edge and then populating with this canopy. It leaves a lot of empty spaces and these kind of like tiny canopies that you can't really imagine that they're doing something. I think this should be your starting point for developing further, rather than going into 3 dimensions and then kind of trying to enrich the catalog of forms and shapes that are coming out. But maybe someone else who is a bit more familiar with the project can give more comments.
Thank you.
So great work, congrats, and like especially for pulling this all out alone. Now, compared to say the first and the second group, if you contrast this, I see the first group as like an architectural urban design project, the second one more of a landscape urbanism project, whereas I feel your project fits better into say something like tactical urbanism. It should be oriented more on the street level. I mean, in the last image, you've got something of a mega structure going, which potentially should be avoided. That's my 2 cents. Yeah, so probably focus on the street, something like this, smaller scale intervention, which has a larger community-based impact. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think like, great, very coherent research process. Love to see what you can take this to, at like, what the next level of this project would be. Just don't stop here.
Oh,
Great.
and yeah, sorry to jump in again. What I found really fascinating is your those colorful images and extractions that you had at one point in your presentation. And I'm actually wondering if some of that could be then translated into these membranes, sort of a texture density map or something like that.
Okay, my comment, I actually noticed in first group as well, and here I noticed same problem, is that when you are kind of defining your unit, especially with this canopy or kind of column based kind of units, I think you also want to define where are the underneath like floor spaces. So in terms, for example, this one is very clear. You are having the units defined as a box, but when you are aggregating, you are just aggregating all these canopies around. But I think what's important is the spaces what these canopies are defining by. For example, now you have 4 canopies are defining one space in a very specific way. So if you have them arranged in a very different way, they will define different space. That's why it's really important that when you're copying or aggregating your components, you have to have the slabs copied together, in my opinion. So, which this is kind of lost quite significantly in your aggregation study, which was same problem in the first group when first group had this component with a column element in the middle, but there was no really a slab underneath it. So it's something important that you can think about.
My comment to add up on what Sumin mentioned. In your project, I think you've got some nice variation of typologies of the unit, right? But in the final aggregation, it's like relatively the same and no like meaningful like in which area it should be occupied. Especially in this site, it's very dense, right? And I think the most usable scenarios of your aggregation is on the horizontal plane. That's what Igor and Akshay mentioned. And I think it would be interesting because of the site that you show is super dense, right? Maybe in the different height level that it's the density is keep lowering when you're going to the top, right? So it's the street is very narrow. When you go up, it's wider, right? Because of the tower's different height. Or maybe you have, based on your different typologies, you have some rules that in the certain height, you have only of the unit with certain shapes, and that will define certain function or certain mechanism of those area. So now the aggregation of view have more meaningful functional aspect to it, and also more interesting and more readable in terms of how it's gonna aggregate based on what area.
Can you repeat that, please?
Okay. For example, right? Okay. For example, when you you have different types of it, and when you going up, for example, if the condition is a set height of all the point in the field of yours, right? When it's going up, it has more chance to be certain types more than another types or what. So that it's kind of like when you design a tower, for example, you have podium and tower and head of the tower, right? Related to scale that people can see. So here's where kind of similar, right? The area that is dense, the geometry may be like quite long or whatever, that it can be occupying less space, and it can branch to create a certain space defining way that use least space. But for when you're growing up, the space is more open because it's a rooftop or something like that. You can do these things on the slide that it can expand horizontally to define more space than the area that like small street way of on the ground kind of. So that would be one of the rules of US, right?
Cool. Thank you.
I find this idea of tensile structure, or I think it's very fascinating, as well as the image that you show with those colorful things. It almost remind me the works from an artist, a kind of rope structure artist called Jenny Atcherman. I don't know if you know her work, but I just post the link on the chat, so maybe you can bring that up. Yeah, if you just click it, you will see. I almost try to imagine your project not really as kind of a physical hard element in the city, but as a sort of a kind of soft structure that give another layer of the city. If you click the link from the chat now,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you can really see that. I cannot see it, but anyway, I kind of feel that your project has this kind of playfulness inside the project, where that really bring in another layer and another kind of this kind of dynamics in a way to the city. Not really to kind of build it as a function, kind of a function that can be used for habitation, but in a way to really enhance this kind of urban experience. So I find that idea could really be kind of illustrated in different way in terms of the color, because you almost introduce this kind of dynamism to the project. So I find that it's quite fascinating. Okay.
Cool. Thanks.
Awesome. If no one more comments, we can move on.
I'll just like to make a super quick comment.
Sure.
I definitely commend you on completing this and trying all the techniques that you've learned by yourself. I think we've all been there as people and trying to do stuff in architecture. So definitely commend you for that.
Cool. Next theme, please.
I'll share screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So hello everyone, we are group 4. Our project focuses on urban village recreation inspired by starling murmuration. We designed a dynamic platform and a tubular pneumatic delivery infrastructure for Baishizhou, located in Shenzhen, China. Zhiyan will talk about our urban research, followed by Durak talk about local analysis and our project proposal. Then Shenda and I will get into the details of implementation.
Okay. And our site is located in Baishizhou district in Shenzhen. We're trying to build a commemoration-like work system inside the district because as we know, the starlings are pretty close to each other and they're emotional and dynamic. So we want to recreate the old district through the commemoration system. Also, we have conceived the project not only as multifunctional system, but also a symbol of past history, since Baishizhou actually is the very beginning of the history of Shenzhen. And our site is far from the center of the city. Yeah, but the whole city is basically horizontal developed, so our site is pretty accessible by these two metro lines, which is the yellow one and the green one. And next pages. And Baishizhou, which is located here, probably is one of the earliest area in Shenzhen. With mostly migrant workers living here, the community is full of various people, and the community is overpopulated, and most people are low income. And the environment they are living is pretty bad because the community is high density. So this place lacks of green spaces and sunlight does not reach most buildings. So we can conclude that our site have a great request for regeneration.
The people of Baishizhou spend a good amount of time on the streets of the neighborhood. Although they have little left out spaces between the crowded buildings, they make the most out of the space and they build their own community life scattered around the streets. And as we were doing research about the Baishizhou, we have came across a study about the daily schedules of the different age groups in the area. People have a close relationship with their community, and we wanted to embrace this culture with our proposal. And as we were talking, we were brainstorming about the problems and the opportunities that define the neighborhood. And the two were actually coming from the same route. The high density buildings that were positioned closely to each other took up most of the free space for the people to use. So we've decided to bring the community life above the roofs and use the ground level for manufacturing purposes. The overpopulated area has great potential for manufacturing since it is one of the places that migrant workers come when they first move into the city. Our proposal imagines this hub of network that manufactures on the ground and uses the added structure for delivering goods to the high-income neighborhoods around the Baishizhe. The structure above the roof serves the community both as a method of income and it creates open space for the community to keep the close relationships and keep the culture alive.
So we have designed for different types of variation for different uses. So the first one that you see on the screen is basically designed to be superimposed on the existing buildings. Since the existing buildings are old, so it needs a sort of support, and these will create large canopy-like structures on the roof. So since the most of the public spaces are going to be on the top of the roof, this will provide a sort of like a semi-open space which shades. The second diagram that you see here is basically used when there is a sort of square-like space, so where the road intersects, so it radiates out. And the third diagram you see is used for the building which are linearly placed together. Next. So the diagram that you see here, these are the second type of the variations that we have designed. So these basically acts as pneumatic tubular delivery systems for the manufacturing units that are going to be placed inside the buildings. So these manufacturing units are going to be from the first floor to the top floor. So these will actually create a sort of a revenue and give back to the city street. The next one. So the type C that you see is going to be for the social connection. So we have enabled this social connection by designing this sort of infrastructure. So these are mainly for the private residents that are there, and this will maximize the social connections. And these are basically going to be something like sky alleys where people have new opportunities for interaction. Next one. This is also the same thing, the sky alleys, but with different kind of design.
Then we explore a couple of aggregation systems to connect each part. For lower part, which will run between buildings, we define two types of system. One is bridging system for connecting two major type A clusters, and one is joint system located in between type A cluster. Here's the perspective view of the bottom part. For upper system, we define two types too. One is path system, that unit goes in one direction to form a path. The other one is center system, which expand from central area. And here is how upper part looks like. Then we, in order to join the top and bottom, so we trace the path of lower part and create a geometric frame that covers it, then fill up with the upper systems. Here's how the whole system looks like. Then we adapt our system into the urban area. We first define two main paths for bottom system filled in. For time constraint, we only work with type A here. Then we define a geometry frame that covers the columns and fill up the upper system into the geometry. Here's the top view, and you can see the paths connecting the park and high rises next to the village. And side views, some close rendering of the system. We imagine the delivery system will work together with drone deliveries. People can use the upper part in multiple ways, and lower part turns into stores or manufacturers that serve the upper part to replace the older residential function. So for future investigation, since I'm using Mac, so I didn't really get the sunlight analysis working. Apologize for that. But we thought it's gonna maybe cover the sunlight for lower part. So we are thinking we can turn some parts into net material that allows the sunlight go through. And we also thinking maybe we can design a kinetic system that moving dynamically, either in living or expanding forms, to simulate the movement of sterling murmuration. I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Great. Maybe I can start again. I'm sorry, I'm taking all the time.
Thank you.
But I'm just really inspired. Really clear presentation, and to be honest, it's like as I was even listening to your first initial slides, I was thinking to myself, I hope they worked with the roofs, right? Which is exactly what you did. Which, you know, I think is definitely the way to go. Especially when you show those images of the existing state, it's very narrow, very dark alleys. It just gives itself immediately to think about using the roofs. But where I think maybe the final proposal needs a bit more refinement is actually thinking about the scale now of these things that you proposed, as they do start looking as they really completely overpower the whole site and actually take away even that little sunlight that it has, right? So I think scaling down these elements would be the first thing that you can do. Second thing would be, for me, trying to bring together somehow the canopy system and these organic modules that you design. Because for me, at the moment, they're just kind of two completely separate geometries that are just superimposed on each other and don't really, you can see yourself, like there's a lot of intersections, overlaps in geometries. They don't really work together. So I would question, do you really need both of them, or you take the qualities of one and the other? So I would say that these organic elements are more like frames or structure that carries everything, and then you could integrate this kind of lightweight canopies and shading devices for the roofs of this. So that would be my comment, definitely. And I think in this image you can immediately see that like size of the building, one of these buildings, and then your element is almost as big as 3, 4, or 5 buildings, whereas it probably should be more like that you have 5, 6 elements per building, right? So scaling it down drastically would be my suggestion. So then you can actually see how each of the roofs is occupied. So it becomes really more working with the blueprint of the roofs on the whole site. So you can start imagining that you're talking about this also, how it's used in the future and how it kind of generates the income also for the community. So you could actually imagine that there's a cluster of several buildings in a block which become, let's say, a new park or a market or this or that, right? So I think this issue of scale would help clarify a bit how those functions are distributed. But otherwise, it's a very clear presentation, and I think it's a solid production for the workshop.
I have a couple of points to say that, and first of all, congratulations to all of your team. The work is really good, and okay. So my point first, the good thing about this one that I really like is that they have some systematic way of rules about connectivities and about the location of each unit, right? So the lower part, the one type, and upper part, you're occupied with the different types. It's quite interesting, but this is, I think, it's like similar to what Igor just mentioned. It needs more coherence between these parts too. And my comment is that the top part and the bottom part of you, if it can connect somehow, maybe through the frame of the structures of you, like you say, there's a delivery system that can connect it to the upper part canopy, it would be really nice to see more coherence between how these things are grow together and look as is like one word to have coherence between each part. And also right now it's also the same thing that Igor mentioned, right? It's kind of like it's cover all the sun that get down to the street. So I don't know, maybe if it can provide a loop space so that you can create more interesting, like walk around this city itself. For me, it's very interesting to see these little clusters. So if it can walk through the park and also walk around the city, so create some recreational routes instead of like these direct routes, maybe it's more interesting and can highlight some of the most important part of the city of the area. And then I think on the net part that you mentioned is also interesting. I really curious to see when you guys implement that, like when you combine with what Taeyun just teach you, right? So it would be really nice and bring another layer of complexity into your system when you have some transparent properties inside this roof thing of you. But anyways, great work, guys.
But I think, you know, the net solution is how they, like, I'm sure they notice the problem, right? That this is completely overpowering, and that's where the net comes from, right? Because they see the image and they see that it kind of like covers everything and makes it dark. So it's like, okay, let's make it transparent, right? So I think really if you just scale this down, drastically scale it down, and actually put yourself as a person standing there, like, I think maybe what would help you is actually if you try to do some eye-level perspectives, and then you would, if you put a person in the render, you would see how huge these elements are actually. Can you go to page 15? Yeah. Okay, sorry. A page where you see the blocks and these canopies. This kind of like, I can't see which page that is, but before you start merging everything together, add this one, perfect. So you can actually see, like, you know, These no, the one that you were at before.
2020.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I have a delay.
2020. Yeah, sorry, there's a delay. You can actually see how ginormous these elements are, right? Like they cover 3, 4, 5 buildings at the same time, and often are like almost as tall as those residential 20-story residential towers in the block next door. So yeah, I think that's kind of that will tell you everything. Just do a actual eye-level perspective from the roof, and you will see the scale.
Yeah, I mean, if I can add up, like, I also definitely, I mean, it was really good narrative and as a presentation itself. And then I also agree with the Igor and the note about the scale things. But yeah, I mean, when I was looking at your presentation, I think there was some renders like in the end of the presentation, right? And can you go that page, like with the humans? Yeah, this one. So yeah, when I look at this, like, yeah, I mean, I'd love to say that, like, rather than saying the scale itself is just big, and then maybe I would scale down. I mean, not scale down. How can I say that? I would narrow down the district itself, because I think you chose too wide district as a site. So maybe if you can reduce the size of the area of the district, and then if you go research for the smaller scale of the district, maybe it can be, I mean, it can be good, because like, as you can see here, like when you see the human scale over here, like I think rather than I can say that the scale of your proposal is big. I mean, rather than, I mean, I would like to say the site itself is too small in this case. Because when you see the size, yeah.
No, but you know what they did? See what they did here. Basically, here they did make it a correct scale, but these people are giants, right?
Maybe,
because
yeah, maybe
because you can see the buildings, right? So a person basically is as tall as a building. So in this image, they have the notion of correct scale because they enlarge the people, right? But I think also what Kanjun proposed is very good, that you can maybe work with the site a bit more, that it doesn't have to be the whole site. Maybe you can avoid the narrowest streets, right? So you can probably use the kind of larger open areas for access, and that it actually becomes a bit more site specific, and that you can also draw some data. Because I think you were also very, very systematic at the beginning, kind of looking at different user groups, how they occupy the area in different times of days. These are all very interesting ideas and data that can be used. So why not, being a bit more specific?
If I can just jump in, I really like the idea of productive landscape. Basically, you are focusing on the delivery system as a start to kind of creating those either geometries or spaces. I find that idea is very interesting in many ways, because I can almost try to imagine the city itself as a machine, as a production line, where those like products is like sort of floating inside the space. At the moment, it's just like everything goes down to the ground. It seems like the delivering is still based on maybe manual delivering, or maybe your automatic system is sort of buried under the ground. But if you can reconsider the system, the kind of piping system, all these kind of vertical, horizontal language a bit as a way to kind of superimpose on the urban fabric, that could be a very interesting thing to look at. Especially you guys learn how to use Unity, all these things, you can almost visualize the project in a more kind of animated ways to imagine how things work, those kind of products like floating and all sort of things, and as well as try to understand the kind of a rooftop space, not simply just as a kind of social and social landscape, but also maybe some of the spaces sort of becoming kind of sorting, right? Like delivery, you need to do a bit of like sorting, these kind of things, and start really differentiate the spaces that you create in relation to this urban context, urban infrastructure that you are trying to propose. I think that that might be very interesting to think about. Yeah.
Cool. One thing I really appreciate is that you kind of got out of that voxel kind of aggregation, which maybe you had your tutorials were probably about like aggregating with like very fixed spatial boxes, voxel spaces and voxel points, and that actually are very good for you to kind of set up some very accurate connectivities. But of course, like getting out of that from the beginning and being able to set up your own kind of aggregation system and grid system, being a little bit more free from what you are taught, I think that's also really appreciated. Yeah. Cool. And it's beautiful. The model is beautiful.
Yeah. Just to make a short comment, I also absolutely commend you on putting this together so rigorously. I also think it's very well executed. So very much commend you on that. I did want to say, maybe I'm being a party pooper here, but you know, I do appreciate the aesthetically driven geometry and these units that have been. I can see where the inspirations clearly come from, and I think they look very nice. Although I do think I think it's been pointed out already, but maybe in the connection of things and how you would like to deploy them as a whole, maybe there needs to be a bit of a more consideration there, and that would enhance your project even further, including the scale, of course, as mentioned. And if I may add just one thing that I think could help improve your project even further is that since you're inspired by these organic flowing type of geometries, maybe these column-like geometries could also act as sort of a light column, which is used in certain cases to basically gather the light and bring it down to lower level, which I think was the initial purpose or the goal of your project, which in that case, I think you have a more persuasive and a more functioning type of project, which could also solve the issue of this roof installation type of structure that would rather than cast shadow, would actually enhance the environment underneath as well.
Oh, maybe I would want to add up about this your structure shape. I mean, because while Taeyong was saying that, like, yeah, just one idea just came up in my mind. So since your street is quite narrow, and then that's why you decide to use like this kind of tree-shaped structure. But maybe because the shape of your structure is like grow up only one side way, so maybe, yeah, I would like to maybe attach it to your existing buildings, maybe, yeah. So then you can have a bit more space for the street, yeah, because you said like streets is quite narrow and they are very dark. So yeah, maybe within the light, and then yeah, that's just I'm just thinking out loud, but yeah, that could be also the option, I guess.
Thank
A quick generic comment for everyone. I think like all the groups is that you guys are starting with a very deep dive, like a thorough deep dive into a site that you've done secondary research on. It'll be and you're ending with these renders of a proposal where the design intervention is looked at in the urban fabric. So it'll be great to sort of also conclude with the urban scheme of, what are the new kinds of connections that you create. So maybe something like this becomes Shenzhen High Line. I don't know, right? What are the new urban opportunities that are, so I mean, at the urban scale, at the sort of block scale, at the neighborhood scale, what does your intervention end up doing? That slide, I think, is missing in a lot of the other groups as well. It'll be great to sort of work on that slide in for your portfolios.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you for the comments. Can I just say one thing? Like we were actually kind of talking about that, like bringing the light to the ground levels idea, and like we were kind of speculating about putting some solar panels and maybe putting some greenery to like have that kind of a feeling that's like it also serves to the ground to bring light and maybe more kind of a like environment that's natural and so on. But yeah, like we couldn't really dive into everything at the same time. But yeah, like it's a great
I mean,
comment. Thank you.
Yes, so I wouldn't add more things, right? Like the greenery and roof for sure. That's kind of what you guys are anyway arguing for earlier. But for me, it's actually like having it less, right, and better control. So either through geometry you enhance light, or you just make sure that you don't obstruct additionally what is already very, sparse there. So yeah, so
Yeah.
I mean, like I wouldn't like go like now adding solar panels or this or that, like it's gonna just only complicate and convolute the whole thing more. I think we already have plenty of ingredients now, just need to curate and refine a bit.
Thank you. Yeah, we need to move on. Yeah, team 5. Team 5, are you ready?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Can we present?
Yes.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, hi guys. The site we have taken as Nanshan, the Szechuan University area, and yeah, we call ourselves the Auto Generate. So, moving on to the site. Here we have a project overview. We call the project Aerozone. So the project actually talks about redefining a new transport system where we have drone pods situated at various zones of the cities. And then we are adding a new element to it where we have a movement corridor that is occupied with a few green spaces as well. Moves around the city and brings people to these drop zones. So they kind of connect people between various parts of the city and these drone zones. And we use fluidic shells kind of structures that actually create shade at certain points and fill the void spaces between the pods. So these pods not only act as a landing station, but at the same time it acts as an interior space for waiting purposes, and also for manufacturers and small size shops who would like to deliver goods through a smaller version of these drones. The major drones are actually passenger drones that actually land on the rooftop areas. So it's a glimpse of how we have taken a collage about the a few parts of in and around Nanshan, and on a larger view, I'm sorry. Okay, so we have tried to link up how the transport system or various zones that are occupied at various angles of our location has been linked, where we have a lot of places like the Nanshan Convention Lake, the Szechuan University, UA Harman, and all are linked through various routes. There's just a glimpse. I'll just run through the video. for those who are not actually familiar with the space. Yeah. Sorry for that. Okay. So these are few glimpses of Nanshan here and there. So we have taken particularly the zone where the university and the old town converges. Okay, now there's an urban collage where we are trying to link the various paths that we have in a particular location of the neighborhood that we have taken, where we have our high-rise buildings coming, you have the parks, and you have a lot of pedestrian routes that come up the city areas, the shop areas, and how the drones are actually linking them together.
Yeah. So here on the basis of site analysis, we got the topographic map of the site, which basically Shenzhen city, which maps the altitude levels of the whole city, and the red square is the neighborhood that we chose. Diagram on the right side is the vegetation mapping in the city of Shenzhen, and the stills below show the green and open spaces in our site area near the university area and the Wenshan Lake. Next slide. Yeah. So the transportation and the build of our chosen area is basically divided into two parts, as the complicated clustering is on the western side, where there are high dense buildings, and on the right side, on the eastern side, we have empty void spaces, and there are large open spaces and gaps between the buildings. And the site has a good infrastructure. Moving on to the transportation road.
Yeah, and this is our research into public transportation system. We used panoramic camera in the map to experience the real atmosphere of the city roads, and we found out about some good sides and bad sides of the transportation system. Well, in the bad sides, we discovered that the pedestrians and cyclists paths are usually discontinuous in the site. So we decided to dig into this problem to further develop our design. We want to invent a new public transportation system. And next. There's some delay in my side, sorry.
Well, this is the underground net of that area, and as you can see, the underground is mainly used by people living and working in university and high tech park area, which is on the on the east part of the area. Next slide, please. Then we also look into the location of the bus stops. So there are more bus stops on the west part, which is the residential blocks, and less, fewer around the university and high-tech park area.
And these images are the typology of the built environment. You can see clearly the differences of the textures between each areas. For example, the densest area is the ancient town, and the urbanized, the less denser areas is the residential blocks, and the one with larger buildings is high-tech park, while the disorganized part in the middle is the city village. So we wanted to erase the disconnection and the differences between the areas, the functions, and different groups of people. And next. images are the typologies of infrastructure of the site. It has a large educational area and a medical area and some attractions. Yeah, next.
This shows the outline of each typology zone. Because of the different method of transportations, it causes even less connection and communication between those zones. That's the problem we're gonna solve. Next, please. Okay, this is a conceptual isometric view of this area. As you can see, it shows a gradient pattern from the residential area to the high-rise high-tech park. Next, please.
Now, getting into our ideas and interventions with the help of the Moodle board that our tutors had introduced to us, we did a brainstorming ideas about the problems, opportunities, and the interventions that could be actually possible in our particular neighborhood. And in the few of the intervention sketches has been shown in the right that as a team we came up with that could actually take place in such a neighborhood, catering to the kind of problems and opportunities it has.
Based on which we chose 4 parameters on which we did our intervention. The first being the roof and the void. We iterated on fluid shells, and these shells occupy the void spaces between buildings and the overall the urban area. And the connectivity, it links to the connectivity between the drone landing stations and the pathway that goes around the area. And the second parameter is the facade and the envelope system that we chose, which highlight the vertical gardens and opportunities of drone incubators getting inculcated in the green zones, and fluid facades with biomes and vertical farming.
Here we explore the blocks on the street level and the corridors. So the blocks on the street level, they are mostly flexible blocks, 5 by 5 by 5, and it creates some fragmental greenland or a stall. And next is the corridor. So it provides a flexible corridor to connect high rises. Yeah. Next, please. This is our final block. So basically, on the right, you can find 2 exploded diagrams that shows the 2 types of basic units. And in fact, the basic unit 2 is the unit 1 upside down. So basically, we develop different types of combinations and their possible programs. So the most important part of the unit is the top of the basic unit 1, which is the landing hub for drones. And in the iterations on the left, you can see those with the unit type 1 are usually used as a drone station. Next, please.
So we have various ways to combine those units, and this is the section of one kind of cluster in the middle of our site. And the diagrams below show the developing process of the aggregation. And we define this cluster as a micro-complex in which the units can be put upside down. As Ningwei mentioned before, they will form complex that will serve as various functions, including shops, city living rooms, command rooms, small workshops, and so on. And it can be a future public place for social gathering. Yeah, and next. And this section is from a larger view. You can see from the right side of the section is the high-tech part. There are many high-rise buildings, so we put some landing pods on the top of them. While on the left side is the residential areas. You can see there are lots of sky corridors flying through the buildings and interact with the fluid shells. While in the middle of the two areas, we put some larger clusters for a new transportation hub and various types of future public places. And the pictures on the top are some things of people's behavior that might happen in the place we created. Yeah, next.
These are a few renders we came out with the help of Promotion, and it shows how different experiential views has been occupied in the particular cluster that we have created in the zone in the neighborhood, where you have the movement corridor that connect between the skyline and the old town residential areas to the drop-off zones, and how the actual clusters are actually mingling with the environment and creating a new space for it. A future perspective of how these zones could drop off, or the drone zones could actually come up, where we use the aggregation method and created a variable where the drones could actually be spread across various void spaces around the city, even taking it a multi-level space also in the future. And the shells or the fluid shells that we have suggested actually occupy the void spaces between these drone pods, where they provide shading. And at a future glimpse, we even thought about where the shells could have photovoltaic cells that could generate enough power to charge the drones that are being docked in these stations.
Oh, this is the heat map of the complex of the aggregation we have. As you can see, the landing top could become quite hot during summertime. Yep. But the shells create some cooler land for pedestrians or other users. Next, please.
And this is the analysis of the generative algorithm in our project. In this part, we imported only one kind of unit because the data tree will be so complicated if we import two. And we set 3 objectives in total. First, we want to minimize the z coordinates of the units to reduce the total height of the cluster. And secondly, we want to minimize the distance between the units and the corridors, so it can form a much more convenient transportation system. And thirdly, we want to minimize the relative differences of the z coordinates of the units, so to make the cluster denser. And we've got 100 solutions in total. And after average analysis, the optimized generation is shown on the images. There are the 10 solutions of phenotypes and diamond graphs and all kinds of charts. Yeah, next. And this is the whole script of our project. The left side is aggregation part and the right side is algorithm part. Next. So that's all of our project. We want to invent a new type of transportation system and also serves as various public places for social gathering. And in the future, maybe it can spread to the whole city, just like a kind of viruses to gradually influence people's behavior in a larger scale. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe not really spreading like viruses, no? Maybe a better choice of words. So if no one else wants to start, I can start.
Please.
First of all, like amazing amount of work, right?
Yeah.
Like really want to congratulate you for that. To be honest, could have been a bit maybe condensed in terms of presentation, because when it gets too long, also our attention starts dropping as well. But you know, that's also our problem. So there's so much work, but I think almost like there's too much in your presentation, or it needs to be a bit curated. Maybe what is the main focus of your work? Because several times you do mention that the focus should be about kind of these drone stations, right? But then we also have the sky bridges, then we also have the green biome facades, then we also have some kind of organic surfaces. So a lot of things happening there, which I think just maybe are diluting a bit the whole project. Like, for example, on the right hand side of this image, this drone on the right, there's some like squiggly surface around it, right? So it's not really clear what they are or what they're supposed to be. So, you know, the project might as well just work without it. And to me, like, this is just my thinking. Probably you guys tried so many different things in these couple of days, and then you really were excited and wanted to include all of them into a project, which, you know, you don't have to do always. You can just kind of show us your studies and your thinking, how you got to certain final outcomes, but there's a, you know, set of separate studies which are all relevant in their own merit, but maybe they don't all work together once put together on a large urban scale. For, you know, like, I would question the use of these sky bridges, for example. If they're already going around across large open spaces, do I really need a sky bridge to walk somewhere if I can just walk on the ground? You know, like, there are these kind of very basic things that you can think about. But like this, again, looking at your presentation, it just gives me like an idea where this could even go way, way crazier than you are going. Like, what if these spots, because you have these images where it becomes kind of an urban cluster of the pods, right? But then if we have these drones, I'm not gonna need like 100 pods in such a small area. Like, then there's a pod on the top of the tower and so on. So I'm actually thinking, what if the drones are moving the pods, not just the goods of the people? What if you are actually proposing kind of sort of a, you know, archigram in 2020, right? Or 2025. I mean, these drones still didn't get approval to fly. They're just being tested. But, you know, what if it's like archigram revisited 50 years, 60 years later, right? Where now the drones are the ones that are reconfiguring our environment and moving these pods, and then they can rotate them. So, you know, you can pilot your home, right? You can fly from home to work. You can bring your working room into an office building. So, like, maybe, you know, what if an office building is just like everyone flies with their desk from home and aggregate and has a couple of meetings and whatever, you know? Like, I think, you know, it's very provocative, and I see a lot of potential in this idea. And I would just kind of encourage you to think beyond what is, let's say, so obvious. It's like, okay, we need a station for these guys. But I think as soon as you actually jumped into urban scale, I think it opened so many other possibilities and questions where this project could actually really flourish.
If I may just quickly jump in. First of all, congrats for the works all you guys have done. I think it's a great amount of work, as Igor pointed out. I also agree with what Igor just mentioned. I think you guys basically almost like putting too much effort on the first part of the presentation rather than like putting the focus on the design itself. I think there is a disconnection between the research. I mean, the idea is there, but in terms of the translation, there is a disconnection between, you know, like for instance, those like bosses stops or whatsoever that you guys analyze, but it's really hard to kind of see those analysis in your final images, as well as can you bring back the images? Yeah. But one thing that but there are a few things I would also like to point out. I think it's probably the first project within all the presentations so far that we can really see how sort of intermediate level of cluster start populating or deploy into the urban spaces rather than looking at you know, like a large aggregations system in the urban space, because we can start understanding how your units populate a different location and conditions. So you have those pots that are sitting on the building or at the ground. But of course, then it also bring up the questions in regards to basically your other system, like the urban corridor. Is that the infrastructure to basically facilitate all the basically those pots, so that you can sort of grow in a certain way rather than just, you know, like looking at those things as a separate system. So which infrastructure inform which, you know, and what are the limitations? So that would be the second thing I would like to point out. And the third thing, which is the simulation. Can you go back to the simulation? Not this one. Go back to the basically this one. Yes. So no, go back one page back. Yes, so this page, so you guys are doing a simulation on the side, but in a kind of interesting way, because I guess because you guys are working with this modular system, so in a way you would actually prefer using your parts to mediate the current condition of the site rather than just superimposing those, you know, analysis on the part, because from the image I can see here, actually it sort of give you different opportunities of the site, right? So for instance, when you populate the pot in, arrange the pots in a certain ways that you create maybe like a less sunlight or more sunlight, or less shading or more shading, and what are the spaces your pots can really like create and enhance, lay along the function that you kind of propose to the site itself, right? So for instance, at those dark area, that might be really translate into, let's say, kind of a playground that doesn't really doesn't require too much sun shading, and then you can start articulating the activities there in relation to your kind of your parts, right? So that will start becoming interesting, instead of doing a sort of analysis and showing, you know, basically you try to analyze what is there, but not really using as a way to really inform the clustering logic, or how that really changed your basically kind of urban fabric. Okay, that would be the comment from me. And I probably need to apologize that I won't be able to see the last group because I have to leave now. But yeah, thanks again for all the presentations, and then and also all the works that you guys did. Very great work. Yeah, congrats for all the students. Okay,
Thank
bye
you,
for
Ping
now.
Chang. Thank you.
Thank you, Ping
Thank you, Ping Xiang. Bye.
I have to add some. Can I add something, or
Please.
Taeyun, you want to add something?
No, it's okay. Go ahead. I'll go after you. Yeah.
Okay. So I will add on comments more on what Ping just comments, and also in your next slide, right? You're doing some GA with policy thing, but I don't know what is your goal is all about, and you didn't show what is the goal is, right? It's like minimize that and whatever it is, but I think it would be great if it links to what is your what is generated your overall application, and also what Ping just mentioned, right? That I agree with him about the sunlight. That one is just like analyze what you did, but it doesn't give like meaningful uh, input to the overall aggregation. So for example, the area, you can also calculate the area of the length that drone have to fly between the pod and the charging area, for example. The charging area, if you're using like solar panels, for example, should be in the area that have the most sunlight, right? So now you can calculate the optimized scheme that aggregated and get the most, let's say, shortest path between the charging station and the delivery stations, kind of. So now you have more sense or more logic behind when it's aggregated. And what is interesting about you guys' unit is that it's not connected in 90-degree or orthogonal manner. When I look at the overall aggregation, it has some inclined angle or something like that, and I think that is a key point. So that's my comments.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. I'll try to be quick. So I definitely agree with what Ping Xiang and Nod has pointed out. Basically, I was going to say, like, overall project-wise, I think all the valid points were made by Igor and Ping Xiang. So I'll skip on that. Just on the technical side, yes. If when we look at this Wallacey screen, we see that you have 3 objectives, but clearly on that analytical graph is going crazy, and you have the goals being listed below, which I guess are being measured, and they're going to hundreds. So, coupled with the sunlight analysis, I definitely commend you. Like I really think that it's very important to understand the problem of your proposal as much as what is working, like, because you want to address that or fix that or think about that, basically, right? Whatever we think is correct in our mind is not always going to be correct, and is always to self-evaluate. So I definitely commend you for trying this out and finding the issue for yourselves. As for the GA, I think that also ties into what has been pointed out by Ping Xiang and Nut. It's probably because there is a bit of a leap in the logical process where you don't fully understand how your system is being deployed or working, let's say, or rather how your solution is going to work together to basically resolve the issue that you're addressing. And that is probably the reason why the leap happens. And so because there is a leap, you perhaps find it a bit difficult to structure the generative algorithm or the analysis tool or whatsoever, because you cannot define the actual parameters or the issues or the factors that go into the actual addressing the problem, let's say. But yeah, I mean, you guys have shown a great team spirit. I can see you guys have the wallpaper with your project image in the background all together, which is great to see, and I'm super happy to see that. So I mean, congrats on the wonderful work you've done.
Sorry,
I just
Igor.
hope that. Okay. Just wanted to say, I just hope that you guys don't think that we are like harsh or something. It's just there's so much work done, and we know that you don't have much time to develop these things, but there's a lot of potential, and really congratulate you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the background thing because you guys have a very successful. Can you pull that background image just as a full screen on your screen? Yeah, because you intuitively like made the decision that it's the best image of your project, but you didn't present it in a like full screen. And I think it's quite important that you also like notice what is a good contents and product out of your contents, like entire contents. But also I think as architect it's also important to have this kind of narrative storytelling image to really efficiently explain people about your project, and you really successfully did that with these few images. So I think definitely I would think these few images are the takeouts from your workshop, and like it's fantastic outcome. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's move on. So our last team, not the least, please share your screen.
Hi everyone, can you see the slides?
Yes.
Is it blocking the view on the right side?
No.
Oh, okay. So we are, okay, yes. Rapat, you can take over on the first part, thank you.
Yeah, can you shift to the third page?
1 second.
First of all, we are Pixel Noise. Next. Pixel Noise is an urban cluster farming proposal for a robotically fabricated urban intervention in the Futian CBD area. The clusters are meant for automated hydroponic multi-story farming for tiny to massive scale to fit in any urban setting, whether large or small. They're robotically operated with lower layers of the cluster containing clones or sprouted plants, the layer above containing second stage of growth, and the layer above that containing flowering or budding plants, and the final layer at the top of the cluster containing plants ready for harvest, which can later be brought down by robots for harvest. The cuboids are constantly shifting places with the help of automated robotic arms to get sufficient sunlight, and depending on the stage of growth, the overall form of the cluster is constantly shifting, creating a dynamic and situationist proposal ready to be deployed. Can you go next? This proposal also becomes a place for congregation for all businessmen in the business district to meet, interact, play, and buy freshly grown crops for their household usage. These are some of the images from the central business district. We hope to address the following with this proposal, which is creating new jobs for farmers in an urban setting, a central business district, creating a pavilion for people to gather, play, and socialize around, a shape-shifting, conversational, interactive, artistic, and experimental piece of architecture which amuses everyone in the city, creating a landmark which attracts more crowd and tourism, direct drone delivery from farm to home. Can we go next? So this is the area that we sort of selected within the central business district. It had the largest open parks and green spaces. We wanted to place it in an area which is central so everybody can visit it easily. We wanted to make it the center of attraction so everybody in the central business district has a clear view of the proposal. Can we go next? And in that sense, we started to study the land use of the central business district, where we had several different typologies of buildings, which are commercial, official, residential, educational, cultural, administrative, and roads and other stuff. So there was a larger park above and a civic plaza in between all the main buildings. So we thought we'd choose the civic plaza because it had central access from all the buildings around the area. Can we go next? This is the legend of the service facilities, because we also wanted to see how we'd be able to drone deliver all the crops directly to homes. We wanted to see if we're not intervening with any high-rise structures or skyscrapers, or also be in direct contact with what is happening below on the ground. Next. This is the zones were divided into 6 areas, and we wanted to see different types of businesses and non-businesses which were happening within the area. We started to see how Futian was actually developed in the first place, and we noticed that Futian had the most amount of residential and park spaces, and that's why we decided to pick Futian. It was a good area to place our project, although we can place it anywhere because of the scale. We can go from very small to very big because it's an aggregation. Yeah. Next. This was somewhat our initial collage, because we were also aggregating large forms. We also thought we'd aggregate a smaller picture together. Next. Chokun. No, Chokun, this is for you. You're on mute.
Oh, hello. Okay, so we start off by listing the problems of, because the space is very highly developed, right? So we kind of listing out the problems, maybe some of the Lag Street and Central Park too big, and the opportunities that can be integrated into the city. Also the listing technological scenarios where those problems and opportunity can somehow come together and start to develop and enhance the most busy part of the city, as Abad has mentioned earlier. Okay, so this is the overall map of the site, where we kind of start to map out to see the data that is existing on the site. This includes the tourism routes, where there are probably some of the most dense form of transportation happening, the waterways, the railways, the public transport, the green areas, which there are a lot of green areas which surrounding the site that we selected, right, and the residential, as well as commercial and topography. So this is the overall data. As you can see, there are quite a lot of dense data that is really surrounding our sites around here. A lot of commercial, a lot of public transport. So I think this could be like the heart and the center of central business district, where we can really start to implement something new that has never been done before in any central business district in any part of the world.
So we started to before we even got started with a form. We started to aggregate cubes together to see what kind of forms we could develop out of them, and these were some of the studies that we did initially. We didn't even know that we're going to be using scripts to aggregate forms together. This is an initial Maya sketch that I did without any rule sets or anything at all. It was just cubes put together with, and we subdivided the cubes and deleted some faces in a very random manner to create a cuboid random aggregation. Next. This was one of the inspirations to how human beings could access the larger random aggregation. This was tested by one of the tutors to us. Can we go next? And then we started to place the sketches in the collage to see how that would fit in the skyline. You go next. So yeah, the hydroponic system, it works in layers. So like I said, the bottommost layer will have sprouted plants, and the top layer above that will have plants which are in the secondary stage of growth, and likewise it just keeps increasing, and the top of the cluster would be plants ready for harvest, which would robotically be brought down or directly delivered from with drones directly to your doorstep. This is how the system works, hydroponic system works. Next.
I want to add more a little bit on the hydroponic system, because the hydroponic system, it doesn't require the nutrient from the soils, like, so that kind of opens up an opportunity for us to kind of save the space inside of the architecture. For instead of having so much soil to take on the space, we could have a tubes of vertical flow of water, and some water could also be extracted from the nearby water part of the city. And the great part about hydroponic system is that it can support some type of trees as well, right? So it's not just for the sake of agriculture and the vegetable for consumers, but it's also for the sake of having, say, like a taller trees that act as a green areas in the heart of the city as well. Thank you.
We developed 6 different cube typologies, which were initially manually sketched. These included punchers on the faces, and some of the larger faces didn't have any punchers at all. If you look at just one single cube and run a Wallacey algorithm on it, it would create perhaps more than 900 different typologies in just one single cube. So we started to see how we'd be able to connect them together, and the only way we thought would be ideal was if 2 cubes have no faces missing on one side, those 2 could be connected. So type A is a left connection because the cube has 6 different sides. Type B is a connection on the right. Type C is a center connection, which means you can connect on both sides, the left and the right side. Type D is back connection, type E is front, and type F has 5 sides which has punchers, and only bottom side is no puncher, so that goes right on top of the cluster. We go next. And we also started to see how we could shape the whole cuboid in general to create a larger, when we put them all together, I thought it'd be nice to create a larger image and a kind of aesthetic. We started to see Tom Wiscombe's style of tattooing forms, and we tattooed the pixel shade card on top of it to create larger pixel noise when we put together a lot of these cuboids. We go next.
Another thing that I want to add on the tattooed color system of the space, because these colors are all kind of be in either black or white in different color scales, right? So we kind of look into like what kind of colors that could maybe the materials aspect of it that can possibly support plantation. Like for example, the white cube space, we have more reflectivity, right? So that could be used for better for plants that requires more light, and the darker part which used to absorb more of the sunlight. So that part could have, say, the higher overall pressure and the temperature on the inside, which could potentially be developed into more like, say, a desert biome kind of plantation space.
Go next. Zixin.
Yeah, then this is how we develop 6 typologies of internal space. We have floor and stairs for the circulation. Next. Next, please. And we define each cube as 10 meters, which is good size for these aggregations. Go back.
Yeah, so we've Zixin started to aggregate them manually together. You saw in the previous slide, which was 3, 4, 5, or 6 blocks, and we thought it was very tedious to do that manually, to figure out the connection logic and go ahead with combining them together. So we ran an algorithm on it, and we started to aggregate about 50 cubes together, and this has a connection logic already built into the algorithm, which gave us these sort of very, very cool results. And we started to increase the number and see how we'd be able to fit smaller to larger in different kind of site settings. If the site is small, we do small. This is actually about 1,200 cubes together. This is how it would fit in the center. This is 2,400 cubes right in the center of the central business district. Next. Chokun.
Okay, thank you very much, Prabhat. So the site that we mentioned earlier, we kind of choose the site that has, say, the most travelers and connects to the highest public transport. It is easily accessed and located at the center part of the city, which acts like a tourism landmark as well, but also at the same time easier to provide food and plantation to the residential and commercial part of the city. So we kind of choose this specific part on the front. This is the kernel density and the facility usage. You see that our site is actually situated in one of the denser part. And when we start to think about the rules to aggregate the form, right? So we kind of look at these structures as like a mechanical trees in some way. So we kind of feel like what would be a good way for these trees to somehow start to grow up and form some kind of aggregations. So we look into the structural capability of the massing. So what this massing is we generate the massing that these cubes will be aggregated inside, right? So we kind of see what type of foundation along with the buildable surface area that could produce the least structural deflection value. So this is the type topology optimization with 10 generation size and 10 generation count. So our goal is to maximize the foundation areas to have the most stability of our massing, and also the maximize buildable surface area for our cubes to be aggregated. So more surface area means more cubes that can be aggregated upon, and of course the minimized structural deflection, which gives the overall strength to the massing. And this is our most optimized solution out of the 100 generations. So as you can see that this structure kind of have like a crevasse, the cave space inside of this part as well, which is kind of special, because when you have this kind of tube runs through the model, it allows for wind and sunlight as well as the drone to somehow run through and doing some activities on the interior space as well. And when we have that most optimized aggregation massing, we kind of take it into the sunlight hours analysis to see which part of our massing will be more exposed to a year-round sunlight hours. So the more red and orange part are actually the part of the massing that has higher exposure to sunlight, and the blue part has lower sunlight hours exposure. So with that rules, it comes in mind that we start to look into the different type of cube space to see which cube space would be better suitable for plantation, and which kind of space would be suitable to support, say, the people more. So we comes up with the rule that the cube type A, B, and C that will be used for plantation mostly will be aggregated mostly on the massing that has higher exposure to sunlight hours. So that would be good for plants, right? So plants can have more hours of sunlight in compared to the D, E, and F cubes, which could support more human and will be somehow on the lower part and have this kind of like an aggregation, acts like the leaves of the trees that protect the interior space from sunlight hours exposure. And this is the aggregated solution that you can see. There are 6 typologies where the blue, green, and purple is the first A, B, and C, which is aggregated on, which is mostly suitable for plantation. And the orange, light blue, and red will be more suitable for people, saying it could be access a maker hubs or even residential space. So as you can see, the aggregation kind of gives out the interesting results where the ABC cubes start to somehow protect the D, E, and F cubes on the inside. And this is the cave area that runs to the center. This is the diagram to show the logic of the aggregation that somehow gives the result that is required. And this is the plan of the future for. So the way we see this project is that this project could also be developed in terms of the automatic aggregation by, say, the robot arms or the drone. Like, so this drone would basically be transported the buildable part, but at the same time, it could be also used for delivery to the surrounding cities, and also could be used to pick up some of the sales tissues and maybe some of the plantation spores from surrounding green areas of the CBD district and accumulated into one area. So we kind of see that there would be like a forward-growing aggregation that could happen in the future and keep growing and growing. Okay, thank you. Sijin, if you could continue after. Thank you very much.
Did you shift page? This is how we imagine the overall massing sit on the side of the public space of Futian CBD, and in the section, hydroponics plants are growing out from the buildings. Robust arms are constantly shifting the qubits to have a best condition. The orange circulation are built within each cube and collect to each other. Next. The voids are also built for public space within the massing. And next. And this is animation showing the life inside of the art design. And it's a street
And this
view.
is kind of the overall atmosphere view of the outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the overall out of the script to generate the application form and the team members. Thank you, Prabhat. Thank you, Sujin. Thank you, everyone, for the presentation.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I thought I figured I'd use a younger picture of me because I had very young teeth. That's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
Great stuff, guys. I'm just immediately gonna send you a link. From
Can you go back to your last image?
Yeah, let's stay on one of the renders. So I just sent a link to a research project from Jose Sanchez, because when you were mentioning these kind of the tattoos that you want to achieve, I think it becomes a bit lost or too messy, because I think the coloring or the grading is a bit too random on the voxels themselves. So if you have more of a set pattern, then through the combinations you would start kind of also producing patterns of these tattoos, right? Like it will basically become part of your combinatorial logic, right? So if you look at this project, you will see how basically there is a line going around a polyhedra, and then they always combine like black to black and white to white. So I think that's, you could look at that as an inspiration. Fantastic presentation, like so much material and really in-depth research at the beginning, and kind of, I think it's a very strong proposal. What I'm still thinking actually is, you gave me again an idea with that sketch diagram of drones redistributing parts of the building and so on. What if actually like the kind of your building is not, I mean, but leave it on the nicer render. Maybe next image. Yeah, I really like this image, but you know, when I look at this, it's kind of like, I was expecting that we're gonna see much more of that farming or greenery. So if your building is kind of envisioned to produce to farm or produce the vegetables or whatever, what if the drones are actually just kind of redistributing whatever is mature or ready to sell, or to kind of bring some to someone's home, or someone can order, like, I don't know, whatever they want to order from your farm, and the drones bring that to them, and then it regrows in the same voxel, right? So I think that kind of robotics can be included in the redistribution of your goods, and I think then it would actually become really like a farm distribution system, because I don't think that the point is to grow just regular trees, right? You grow a tree and it's there forever, and I think actually having trees would hinder your reconfiguration, right? And then again, not the whole of the building needs to reconfigure. Also, it cannot, right? So maybe, again, if you have the trees, maybe those are kind of like the locked boxes, right? So you would have some that are locked, some that can reconfigure. Then
Exactly,
maybe
yeah.
there's some connection with this pattern that you want to achieve, which are static, which are dynamic. So I think, for a week, it's not even a week, man. It's like, how long have you been working on this? Like a couple of hours every day. It's you did really a lot of work, and it's almost like a semester project that you can easily imagine being further developed. So I see just a lot of potential, and it was a really enjoyable presentation, and yeah, great work. I mean, I don't really have much more comments. Everyone can be picky, but these are just few points that I think you can even develop further if you want.
I have something to add more on top of what Igor comment. If anybody.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. At first, it's very complete presentation, like of your how you're gonna tell your story. It's very, very good, and yeah, for sure, it's so many work that put into the slides. Congratulations, guys, for you're doing really hard work here. And I have some comments on. First, I'm gonna talk about the pixel thing that Igor just mentioned about the greenery doesn't have to be trees, right? So because of your unit, it's only on the non-hole side connected to the side that don't have a hole, right? So now I think you can play with some vertical walls on those pattern too, right? Because the void side of you don't attach to any other side, right? Because you're turning back on each other anyway. So it's kind of like attached like this, right? So it has the opportunity to play on the side that you paint in the different color codes, right? You can have different, let's say, vertical walls or something for bees or for any other insects that can occupy the space too. And that will make the ecosystem of this thing more interesting too. It doesn't have to be like the whole big tree here, right? And it's also inside too, right? You can have another layer of plantation space for you to play around, and also this pattern will have more logic into it if you put function into it, right? Like if the black thing be one thing, and then irrigation system or irrigation routes will connect to each other. So now in your diagram, you will have more depth of it, right? You have the irrigation routes to link the certain function to another things, and also on the outside of those functions, you have like a space for bees. I don't know if that being a problems in China or Shenzhen or not, but in Europe or some other city, they start to have the initiative to bring insect back to the city for better pollination of plants or something like that. So this can bring back the good ecosystem to the city, right? Because especially this one that you choose, the site is a big park, right? And then another comment of me is that when you place this thing on a huge park, right? And if you have like still a big footprint in the park, this will sometimes interrupt the former urban activities there, right? So I think in your topology optimization, this is a little bit technical, but if you add more support points in between the space, and it can link up, right? If you do that, it will be more porous of the aggregation, and then you can bring more sunlight. And then if you go back to the Shogun last slide, like the one that with the drone here, that Igor just said is interesting, right? So the top doesn't have to be flat, because you talk about the optimization of sunlight, right? So now the top can play with those sunlight conditions. It's kind of like a valleys in the city, right, in the middle of the city. So if the area that you can play with the surrounding, right, because the surrounding is the height is different, and now the aggregation could relate to that based on certain sunlight that you want to affect the aggregation. So I think that would bring more depth to the overall aggregation of you guys, right? Because if it's flat, it doesn't tell much stories, right? And then another comments of me is that the void thing of the initial unit that you puncture the cubes, right? It would be nice if that void have interplay with another void too. So in the overall diagram, right? Because when you talk about plants and agriculture, wind is also play a vital part in the organization of this, right? So now maybe you have the void routes too, and those void routes maybe is a route that people can walk around it, so people can weave around the space, see what happened inside, see what plants they are planting or something like that. Or
So
maybe
that's exactly what we were going to do next. Unfortunately, we had to sort of end a 6-day workshop, but that was our next step, to connect different cuboids together and see if we can create spaces in multiple cuboids together.
Yeah, because your unit is huge, right? It's 10 meters, so
Yeah.
it has I think it has the possibilities to add these things. So it can connect it to the building around it. Like I walk out of the office tower high rise, and then they can enter into this one, get a cup of coffee, and have some nice trees or some butterflies or something like that, and walk back to work, kind of like that. So you can add a lot more loop and interesting activities inside this aggregation. Yeah, that's all my comments. But yeah, it's really good work and a lot of amount of work. I don't know like how can you guys manage this much amount of work here, but yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, and Prabhat, I just actually exactly wanted to point that out, but you just answered that, because your initial kind of combinatorial logic works with always connecting solid to solid, right? So you basically never get a continuous space or a larger space, whereas actually probably you would want to kind of create circulation routes and connect multiple spaces together.
That's right.
Obviously, like we all understand the time frame of this project. So
yeah. That way, if we were able to do that, then those would be the fixed blocks which would have no trees on them, so they're not moving, because they're multiple blocks.
Yeah, but even if you're moving them, you still actually, when you move a block from somewhere to somewhere else, you then need to be able to again come out of that block, right? So I think actually, if you're, for example, your driving rule for aggregation is not connecting solid to solid, but perhaps using these kind of the colors of pixels on the facade or something, or you actually want to connect exactly a void to void to create a corridor, it could just.
I have something to add on top of Igor too. So instead of cube, maybe you play with another like polyhedra unit, right? So now you get another spatial void instead of just puncture, right? For example, some Archimedean geometry or something like that. When you sphere pack it, you get another spatial roots inside that, right? Because that geometry is chamfered some way. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, we thought about that, but perhaps after everything was done, what else could we possibly do to the proposal? So yeah, perhaps next time, or we can further develop this project together if I can stay in touch with my teammates. Yeah.
Well, I seems like you guys are working great together, so why not organize a couple of Zoom calls and emails and spend a bit more time and have a great project.
Guys, maybe I'd like to jump in. Can I? Or I mean, sorry, who was speaking? Was it Prabhat?
I was just saying, like within the context of just the pixel-based kind of cuboidal logic. Maybe also check out the design research that MVRDB has been doing around these volumetric sort of blocks. There's a lot of stuff you will find around how they've done programmatic hybrids and what kind of programs go in and how do you club them together. So that might be relevant and helpful. Also, I don't know, we did discuss that HWKN robotic arm on the facade.
Yeah.
You remember that example? So would love to see some of those robotic arms probably crawling around here and maybe doing that reconfigurable pixel bit somewhere.
In an animation, because we have it on the renders. Unfortunately, we weren't able to program the robot to move in that direction. But yeah, perhaps in the future we'll do an animation as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Cool. Yeah, great.
Thank
Great
you.
stuff,
Thanks.
guys.
Yes, I think, I mean, I'd just like to jump in, but yeah, because I think anyway, all the tutors, they mentioned like, I mean, they pointed out almost everything. So actually add up to the connection between two voxels. So actually, I would like to suggest like, before you move on to the like a lot of numbers of aggregations, maybe you could have a look a bit of like small numbers of like, how can I say that, small numbers of joint system or like, I mean, I was thinking about that, like how because your explanation about the interior was kind of very quick, and then so if you could have a look at the like how just small numbers of voxels can like link to it, like just 2 or 3, like just very small numbers. I mean, if you could start from that one, I think that could possibly like cover up the like the link the between the and the expand the spaces inside of the voxels, I guess.
I thought about that initially when I was, writing down the rules, but then since a cube has 6 faces, that would give us very less opportunity to have something in the bottom or something right in the front or a cube right at top of the cluster. So that didn't work out. So I tried to do it with about three cubes first, but I had to do 6 different typologies in order to attain a complete and a whole form. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah.
Yeah, I would like to also say that I would like to congratulate you and commend you. This project, as Igor mentioned, looks like a semester project. It is very surprising in that manner. You guys have thought a lot about a lot of things. I especially would like to commend the part that you guys have invested the time into trying to be rigorous with the connection of between the units, which of course, like as mentioned previously and there were many great comments, I think, of course, could have been gone deeper in. But regardless, given the short time frame that you guys had, I think you guys have done an awesome job. And I've seen some really interesting analysis being done. I think that was Chokun. Going through not just the sunlight analysis, but I think you did the overall geometry in order to, I guess, minimize the computational load, which I think was done very smartly by you. Yeah, and it's good to see, like, of course, that Wallacey we can see has been executed perfectly with clear objectives and clear simulation. You kept the sample size small, I guess, to make it manageable. But yeah, we can clearly see that it's you approached it with thorough logic, and it's very logically sound. And yeah, this I feel that is very computationally and logically strong, let's say. Yeah, to sum it up. But yeah, I also enjoy the renders, especially the robot arms sticking out from the side. And yeah, it's well done. What can I say? Yeah, congrats.
Thank you. Thanks, Taya.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I give a wrapping up comment based on what Tayo said. I think definitely a really well done, great project, and you have developed a very systematic like workflow. Every step sounds like really correct, but also maybe in the future, like maybe think about whether those algorithms are kind of really doing what you're saying, because structure doesn't apply in that scale, for example. But I do think it's a really interesting or useful way of using certain tools as modeling tools. Maybe help you to kind of intuitively or more logically set up certain data sets. So for example, you are using now structure analysis to create more kind of overall meaningful kind of geometries, but maybe it's not really doing structural analysis, but it kind of gives you a more meaningful geometry that doesn't fall down in that larger scale. So I think those tools are developed for certain reason, but it doesn't mean that it's 100% correct in any case. But it's good that you are using it, but also be able to be critical, to be able to come back and think about and evaluate whether that is doing what you are saying after everything is applied. You can. It's a learning process, and so I think it's not a linear process. So you have done like one line, but like it should be a circle, and it will keep on kind of affecting your earlier processes. That's why it's really that's why these procedural computational methods can be very easy to do that, because you can always come back and do it again just by changing parameters, changing algorithm. Yeah, so be able to open for making any changes in your earlier steps. Yeah, but that's a really great job, everybody. Now I want to open up to everybody, and if you unshare your screen, and we can all turn on our videos if you can. And I would like to have a kind of a feedback time, or kind of a last discussion time, let's say around 20 minutes, 30 minutes time. Also want to hear everybody's comments from students, let's say from participants, and if Jan, if you have a kind of a opening up comment for this session, that would be great. Jan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm listening. I've been following through the presentation and the works, and I think this is, first of all, a very interesting experiment for teaching through the online media. And I've been thinking about the difference that we made or achieved compared to what we have done with the physical contact. And also another important feature of this time is the fact that all the tutors, they work together sequentially rather than in parallel. So it will be quite beneficial for us to understand the contribution of different tutors at different stage, and also most importantly, it is the students that make this happen. So perhaps to listen to the students' feedback is more important at this very end, as a part of the learning experience, because we as teaching staff always has offset from what students view, and for the education purpose, it's getting more individualized, more customized, more diversified. And so maybe to open up to students and hear their feedback is more valuable for us to look forward. And to end my open kind of comment, I also like to address the question to Suming, to everyone, maybe Suming you, because we together have been making this happen in the past few years. And I've been thinking, what the difference, like the way that we teach, the way that we claim the powerful kind of capability of this digital means to the domain of education, of architectural design, for the very short period of workshop. How have we what are the kind of there's some resistance, or there's some initial kind of because of the way that what we are teaching, but also there might be an area that we still kind of untouched or try to explore, because we are aware of the problems of the content of the techniques, the constraints that has been limited, the design kind of curriculum. Maybe this is too big for the short period of program, but I think this is what fascinating about this kind of education format is that allows to make failure, and that is absolutely meaningful for us to see the failure, which is indeed the success of this form of education, the workshop. And in fact, many times we learn more from the failure, and this is great, and maybe there's no failure at all, they're all success. But I think that the being more critical to reflect what they've done will be definitely beneficial to everyone here, So
Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
I'll be more like a question maker rather than so which I'm sure everyone deserve a big.
Yeah, I want to reflect to that before I toast to students, because I just want to kind of give a little bit of big background why this question Jan is asking, bring it up, is because normally this kind of like short period workshop we have been pushing, and like especially with like series of AVSync schools, it was really a means for educators and students to be really trial and errors in terms of setting up a new kind of education modes, educational mode, and like different like disciplinary research, and really having this very participatorily developing agenda and modes of learning and teaching together with participants. And I really appreciate all the participants and tutors today for this workshop. Really didn't really question the craziness and experimental kind of aspect of this setup, and really just follow it alone, and really brought all your energies in together and made it very successful. And we can really exemplify as a kind of new, let's say it's not completely new, but quite a new type of workshop curriculum that we have set up, that you made it successful by participating it together, and that's why I really want to thank you for that. And I think it's important for us to really rethink about it every time, and especially after this pandemic, the modes of like working and teaching and learning, there will be a lot of shift and changes, and these modes of online communication, it actually has a lot of benefit, and I don't think it will replace the normal way of meeting, but it will certainly bring another diversities. So I think even if we finish the era of pandemic, I think this kind of modes of meeting will still be there, and probably will be better. Maybe like the software, Zoom software will get better. Maybe it's more like, maybe there will be VR kind of setup, like everybody's more intuitive or something. But I think certainly, like, we have every communication being able to record it, and you can also register it, access it. And nowadays on YouTube, everybody's sharing their meetings and good tutorials. I think this actually triggers this kind of sharing and online spreading, being able to reach out so much to the world. And I think, yeah, I'm very curious how you guys experienced this first step of experimentation, and maybe your kind of speculation how this will change, or like what this will also impact in terms of design and education. Also, if you're students, you can also really critically also think about it, and also give very active comments about how school should do, or how teachers should do. You know? Anyways, yeah, I would like everybody to speak today, so you can freely just unmute yourself and speak, but I will actually check who didn't speak, and I will call your name out.
Hi.
Hi.
I like that you mentioned the working ethic of using Zoom, right? I was thinking about it as well, about maybe 2 or 3 days ago. So I think that the most interesting thing to consider about this kind of working together, first of all, is kind of open up an opportunity for international level of working, right? But the most diverse part would be the time aspect, right? Because right now, we know that humans work during the morning and at night we sleep. But when we work like this, I think the time starts to change. Maybe in the future, the time of working will be very randomized, right? Maybe in a city, people will work, this guy will work at night and this guy will work in the morning, and that kind of will shape architecture as well in the morning to how maybe support nighttime as well, and have to see how the time starts to play out as this kind of meeting goes.
Thank you. Yeah, let's have everybody to speak out, at least just hear your thoughts.
I thought I'd go now if nobody else wants to speak, but I thought the workshop was very in-depth. Everything was covered so well. All the tutorials were so amazing and so in-depth. This is exactly how the BRL was. But I think we got a lot of insight into the algorithms. All the tutors were so good. Thank you so much, and I'm so glad that the recordings are still available just in case if you want to go through them. I really appreciate everybody involved in the workshop, including Sumin, Igor, Taeyun, Not, Hanjun, Akshay, and the KPF guy. I'm forgetting his name, but yeah. I just hope that there was a little more time, because I thought it was too compressed and not enough time to work, because we were doing tutorials throughout the day and still trying to manage to do work. So I thought if we did have a little more time, we would have produced better work for sure. Because I mean, if it's a 7-day workshop, maybe you should have reduced the number of tutorials, or I don't know, managed it in that way. But it was very packed and very informative. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you for your feedback.
Yeah.
Maybe I just want to jump in because I need to leave soon.
Okay.
Just want to thank you for inviting me for the crit. It was really great seeing the work, and I think everyone did a really great job, and I really want to congratulate to all the students. As I said, just looking at your schedule, I could see how little time you had to actually work on the designs, and just the things that you showed today was really impressive. And I hope that you won't just forget these PDFs somewhere on your hard drive, but that actually you might even want to develop them further, use them in your portfolios, or just continue developing this type of work, because I believe that you got a really nice kind of base of knowledge from the great tutors. So yeah, just once again, I want to congratulate you all and thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Igor, for coming. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Igor.
Bye, Igor.
Thank you, Igor.
Bye, Igor. Thanks.
Yeah, and also before I forget, as Igor mentioned about InDesign, please update your InDesign, check your names on each sheet and credit it correctly. You have to credit all the instructors and yourself. Okay. Anyone?
Then me next then.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sumin, for inviting me to teach here. It's quite fun to have a chance to teach with you, and Igor again. It's quite fun, and for me, I think it's really good experience for me. I never teach online like this before, and yeah, sometimes it's quite awkward though. Like everybody is silent, and there was like, oh shit, I'm speaking by myself throughout the like 10-hour tutorials kind of. But yeah, I mean it's good experience overall, and you guys put a lot of amount of work there, and at the end of the day you still like catch up with what we're still doing. It's very good, and all the effort that you put in to this visiting school is really good. Like what Prabhat said, it's kind of like DRL vibe here that it's quite good. And both I think if we have another Shenzhen visiting school, it would be nice that you guys come and we have a beers together.
Yeah.
So nothing sadly that Igor just left. I'm about to say that nothing is better than like have a beer after the jury with you guys. That's the best part of the jury thing.
Yeah.
I can still hear. I'm just
I
had to switch off the
Oh, okay.
I'm listening to you guys. I'm just in the background.
Great.
Okay, you go.
Okay. We are missing beer with you.
Yeah, right. You too. I'm missing both of you too. Okay, yeah, that's
you.
all.
Yeah, thank you for your tutorials. Yeah, and participation. Next one.
I can say something.
Yeah, thank you.
I was a bit disappointed at first that my group started off crumbled together very quickly, but it didn't really matter because it was really inspiring week and I didn't feel left alone or so. With the tutors and the other students or participants' work, it was really great experience. Yeah, and also the organization, I think it worked well. Just I can say I couldn't really follow the last workshop with the Unity, although I'm really interested and I want to catch up later. But I guess it's in the Stance week, it's just hard to follow every workshop, and I think then it's also about choosing focus, maybe. Like leaving it a bit open to some students, which software, because not every software is for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, and thank you for being able to follow along and hold up even with team situation. Thank you.
So it was my first ever visiting school this time, and I find it really last minute because I just saw it on Instagram, and I didn't know that like I thought it would be more like basic skills, but then in the end I was so impressed with all the teachers and how in-depth and clear the tutorials are, and I'm so like surprised at myself for actually like actually producing the work that I had. So yeah, thank you to all those tutors. It was so helpful, and yeah, I'm really interested. Even Hanjun as well, I really wanted to include the Unity. It was so clear yesterday. We just had a lot of difficulty to like compile everything together. So yeah, it was an amazing experience.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment.
I can say a little bit maybe. Oh, you want to go first? Oh.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yanning first and Kunal next.
Yeah. So at first, I really appreciate all the efforts tutors and Sumin put in to organize this one. I even myself, I couldn't imagine I keep talking for 7 hours, 8 hours for the tutorials. So I really, really appreciate. Yes, I thought it's very fun to meet people from different institutions, since my personally, like from AA, I know how AA is teaching us, but I never know how other schools, what they are learning and what skills that they have. So put us in a group is very interesting to learn from different people. And also I found, yeah, this was very intensive week for me, myself, since I don't have like grasshopper background. I thought it could be useful if like during the tutorial could give us a break to, since I found myself it's hard to follow all the way while teaching and try things myself. So maybe give us like a couple breaks so we can actually practical doing something and see if it works. Then we may have more questions for tutors and we can have more interactions. Yeah,
great. Thank you for the comment. Do you have any suggestion for us to encourage students to speak, also like questions? Because it could have been, you could have like break the tutor, please can you stop there, but that's quite difficult, is it, for participants?
Yeah, like if I didn't, like for me it's like if I just follow, like I didn't try, I don't really know what questions I may have. So if they try something, then they may all came up like their own questions.
Yeah, also as a suggestion, if you go to any online tutorials like this, tutors will happy to be interrupted, I think. Most of our tutors would have been, and we wanted to actually, because if it's a physical situation, we can see your face and they see who is following or not, and then we can kind of adjust to the break to that, and then give you break or something. But also in the future, just try to be more reactive with tutors, and if you need break, just shout it out, and that would be my suggestion. And yeah, I think also tutors should also read that as well. Yeah, thank you for the comment. Kunal?
Yeah, hi. Not much to say, but like first of all, thank you to all the tutors and Somin ma'am for handling this so well. And yeah, it was a good learning experience for me, and like getting into like a deep dive for new softwares and the new methods that I learned. And I'm looking forward to more workshops like this to learn more. And great working with everyone. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Next one.
I'm gonna say, yes. First, thank for every tutor to introduce new software and new program for me, because our teammates expect that we are going to review our tutors later, then we can digest actually to prepare for our project. And actually we plan to apply Unity for our project, but when we wrapped up our project, it was just 2 hours before from our presentation, so we couldn't apply. Sorry for that. But I think we all can apply actually Unity into our actual academic project. So it is don't what should I say? These tutorials will be helpful in our future, not only this time. So thank you for that.
Yeah, definitely.
And also I wanted to suggest one thing, that this is a really condensed 1 week project. So I think if we could get specific site, then we could do something more in the design. Rather than to start from defining the site. If we get some specific area, then we can get some data from those specific sites. Maybe that is that could bring some more design time for designing. Thank you.
Good suggestion. Thank you very much. Next.
I think I'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, like first of all, I would like to thank all the tutors. Well, I didn't actually know Grasshopper much, but in the starting, I felt that, oh my God, this just got complicated for me. But later, I really understood everything and it really went well. Like, yeah, there was a little issues with the time zones, where we had people from around the world. But in one way, if you think sitting at home working with someone in London and Chisholm, I think I couldn't do better than that. So and I learned more. I think I'm looking forward for more workshops like these. Thanks a lot.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the comment. Please jump in, otherwise I will call your name. Okay, Shraddha?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So I really like the workshop, and I don't have much to say, but I just want to say thank you to all the tutors. This workshop really has broadened my perspective and given me a lot more exposure of what I've been learning in my college. And my team was really amazing, so we had a lot of fun designing. Thank you so much.
Great, well done. Yingwei? Unmute yourself. You are mute. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hello, could you
Yeah,
hear me?
yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I gonna say thank you to you all. I learned a lot from the workshop and also from my amazing group mates and also from other groups. Yeah. And sometimes I feel like the workshop is kind of too intense for me to digest. I feel like my brain shuts down several times, but well, finally we made it, and yeah, really appreciate that. Well, it's a wonderful experience. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping up. Even if it's hard, you tried. So you made it. That's great.
Thank you.
Cool. Jian?
Yeah, I think this 7 days is really packed and interesting, and I'm really a beginner in Grasshopper and Maya or something, but I think I have the access to all these software through these tutorials, and I also think going through all the tutorials online is really flexible because I can run through the recordings in my free time, and I'm really thankful for all the tutors and the tutorials they provided. And I really want to thank my team members. Yeah, thank you very much. That's all.
Great. Well done. Doruk? Are you here? Jiaxu?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Firstly, I want to thank to all tutors to in this week, and for me, I think I don't have any grasshopper background and just a first year students, and I learned a lot from you this week, and I mean it's really a meaningful week, and I learned a lot, but unfortunately, because I have limited ability, so sometimes like Unity something, and some crossover. I cannot understand all of them, but I already keep the records. I'm gonna rewatch them later, and I think thank you to all and a really meaningful week. And think maybe if I have another chance, I will attend this kind of visit in school again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mu Fei.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. I wanted to say that this is really an intense workshop, and all the tutors are providing so much knowledge to me. Well, sometimes it's hard to follow because of the poor internet and the fast pace. But I really get a lot from this day's work, from the tutors and from my team. Yeah, and although the final results may show that we have some leap in our logic, but I think that made me realize that this is the aspect that I should improve in the future. And thanks for you all.
Thank you. And Ichi.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Again, thanks to all the tutors that have been so supportive and patient. Literally, in these days, the stuff that I've learned can really compare with the stuff that I've learned at the AA for a year. Yeah, it's so intense, but like it's very useful for me as well. And thanks to my group mates as well. They're amazing. And it's really good to learn from you guys too. Thank you very much. And I hope in the future there will be like more activities like this that we can join together. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Han. Guo Han. No present. Emma. Amma. Not here. Yue Mang.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. First of all, I'm really sorry for the problem with my camera. I really want to meet with you guys. And this is a very fully 7 days. And I'm very grateful to all of my tutors for their patient guidance. Although we have encountered some difficulties and there are some small problems with our team, but it didn't affect my learning. I learned a lot from all of you, and finally, thank you very much.
Thank you. Zixin. Hi. You are mute. Zixin.
Hi. First of all, thanks for all the tutors and my teammates. And before this workshop, I always wondering what's the role of architecture when there are so many new technologies. And I think I have some understanding now. And I think one thing that can help us with the workshop is that if you could send out some readings or some basic tutorials of how grasshoppers and Maya are being used before the workshop starts, then we probably will get more used to that softwares. And also add a point on what Probet said before, how this looks so similar to AADIL. I also feel this kind of computational thinking is lacking in AA intermediate school and diploma school. Because I'm 4th years now, but till all my education in the AA, I haven't had so much experience of this kind of thinking. Yeah.
I totally agree with you, and that is actually what we really wanted to kind of stress out and struggling, like all our people from graduate school are very sad about how there is very little impact on or thinking about technologies in diploma and intermediate. Yeah, and I'm really glad that you pointed out and yeah, and that like by observing it by yourself, and that is really valuable comment for us. Yeah, and that makes us very proud and happy that we kind of managed to pass that kind of thought to you efficiently with this workshop. And yeah, I'm very happy. I think all our tutors are very happy to hear that. Yeah.
And I think she pointed out a very good point. Like even the workshop is finished, if tutors know any good like tutorial about like Grasshopper Unity, like we would like to know so we can take a look after that. Thank you.
Yeah, you are mute. Oh yeah, probably is not talking to us. Okay. Yeah, so that was all our students, and we have Hanjun, Aksha, and Taeyun didn't say a comment, so if you want, you can give us one word.
Yeah, maybe I can start. I mean, because first of all, really thanks for your great effort and the deliveries to the end of the project. And then yeah, I mean, like I have to admit that the one day of the workshop for the Unity is not quite enough, and then it's very, I mean, like I said at the beginning, it's very difficult to expand ideas, and since all of you are working on the Grasshopper 5 days before me, so I know that it was a bit difficult to jump into totally difficult software and then like totally different way to how to use it, because since I believe that you were just you were using the just Grasshopper scripting, Grasshopper coding materials, but however the scripting through the online seems like it's not that easy, and then I know that it was a bit difficult to follow up in some point maybe, and then like because I know that when we do the scripting, even one syntax, like if you just wrong with just one single letter, it may be a problem. So and then I know that I understand that in the online system it was quite difficult to catch up, and then I understand that you didn't want to interrupt the tutorials, but yeah, maybe like Sumin pointed out before, it was very welcome to like interrupting during the sessions, and then yeah, but however, and I just want to like say that like anyway the older tutorials is recorded and then it is provided to you, so I would suggest you to at least try some of functions or some of those things of the Unity, and then this workshop is not going to be like finished. It's not going to be finished only in today. What I'm saying is like, yeah, you can expand all over your researches to relate to us as well. So if you have any questions in the future, you can. I mean, we are always open to the inquiries and the emails and any contacts to us. Like we're going to be very welcome about that. And yeah, that's it from me. And then yeah, I mean, again, like it was great, everyone. Like thanks for the great effort for the 1 week. Yeah.
Oh guys, I sent you the link for the software tutorials. That one is, this website is quite good. It's like you have a lot of aspects of computational design, like both professionally and like academically. For professional, they have some like Revit thing in combination with the latest update, like Rhino inside Revit. Yeah, and they teach by some guy from Big, and then also some project from the dudes from Snowhetta. They will teach you some new methods. So I think it's good for you to look at. Yeah, so just check it out and yeah, subscribe and watch so many things there.
I'm just having an ice cream to celebrate the end of the workshop. I think you guys.
Akshay, are you there?
Yeah, Akshay or Taeyun, you can.
Okay, yeah, so I'll go ahead. Yeah, thank you guys for everything. I had a lot of fun going over the presentations today, because I honestly, especially after watching the schedule on the first day, I thought it did look kind of crazy. The tutorials alone are 8 hours and the lectures are 2 hours. I honestly didn't expect to see such an amazing outcome. It looked like you guys didn't get to sleep much this week. Hopefully you'll get to catch some good rest and sleep after this. But yeah, like Han pointed out, please feel free to reach out to us because we would like to help you further this line of explorations and research and adventure that you're doing. It was so exciting to see your outcome. Thank you for attending this AA visiting school and giving it your all. We could really see your blood, sweat, and tears and the hard group work that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Aksha, are you there? I think he's busy. Otherwise, I want Aksha. Oh, you're there.
ये जो एक मिनट यहाँ 1 सेकंड में आपको कॉल करता हूँ सॉरी
I think Aksha.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry, I just had another call going on in parallel.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry.
Do you
So,
want to have a last comment?
Yeah, I mean, you know, for all the participants here, this is I think just for those who were you know, who knew computational processes, this is I think like a good let's say boot camp to new advanced techniques. But for those who weren't aware of computational processes, this is introduction, or a pretty deep introduction and thorough introduction, I would say. And I just hope all of you continue this quest of, you know, experimenting with these systems, experimenting with what you've learned here. And what actually you've learned here is just the tip of the iceberg in a way. There's a lot that you can get into. And I hope we've been able to trigger that thought process of what is possible and what is imaginable through systems like this. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Aksha, joining us in your busy time. Yeah, I think so afterwards to maybe I want to leave the closing comment to Yang, but before that I just want to mention a few things for housekeeping. So I will be like collecting your files and choosing the best bits of it and publishing them here and there in websites and media, and also send it to AA and stuff. So please make sure you upload your InDesign package, and if you want to fix here and there, just go ahead and update it. And I will also compile a video with all of our contents. So if you have any videos, you can also save it there as well. And I will be happy to receive like updates. If you are happy to just fix something, do a little bit more work on it, and then you want to send me something along the way you go, just send me email anytime. Just like, say I updated this, what do you think? Or just if you feel free, just send me updates anytime. I will be happy to receive them and see what we can do with it. Another thing is so follow, if you are happy to follow our maybe what our like next workshops are up, you can always follow our Instagram and website. I will have all our tutors Instagram tagged And if also tutors and students, please tag yourself on our Instagram page so we have all connected. And if you, we also have Facebook, so just post your images there on our page, and just so let's get connected. So also tutors, if you are happy to just time to time upload your recent work, maybe to promote your work, just feel free to use that platform as a communication platform in the future. So let's use the Facebook, Instagram as a means to communicate so we can keep on connected. And then last thing is you will all receive a certificate from email from AA. Yeah, so normally at this time we will have a certificate passing ceremony, but it's going to be digital anyways. So yeah, you will receive it from AA sometime soon. Okay, and yeah, that's it from me and from the program. And Jan, if you want to just have a closing comment for everybody, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. Maybe the closing kind of a note for everyone. I would like to thank you for all the participants, and I hope you would spread the word about the merits of this program, and we'll continue to make it better, make a progress for the coming years. And at this very last moment, I would address my appreciation to Sumin, who is, very committed, very hardworking, and very effectively make this happen within very short period of time. And of course, to all the invited tutors, and this I wish and I'm sure as a group, as a community will continue. And also please keep attention to the AA visiting school at Shenzhen, and hopefully next time we will physically in the same space and make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, so one more very personal thing is I want to promote my next workshop. Actually, our next workshop will be, can you see my screen?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, so we will be having another online visiting school called Social Algorithms. This will be mainly happening in Korean time with a very interesting people and tutors from all over the world also, but especially regarding the computational method with the combination of the issues in social like social agenda, such as like how people engage with the cities, how people are kind of like what is our stance with the society and in social kind of activities, and how that affects in our shape of our cities. And we are going to approach that with the computational method and learning like a lot of like interesting tutorials about machine learning, AI, network analysis, and agent-based algorithm and stuff. So if you're interested in, please support us by spreading the words.
I just sent a link through chat.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, sorry for the last commercial. Yeah, cool. So yeah, that's it for this not long but short and intensive and hard 7 days. Thank you all very much for your energy. We all got like really inspired a lot from you guys as well.
And thank you very much, Jan and Sumin, for organizing this workshop as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Then see you sometime somewhere soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
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 Bye. Thank you.